a tale. Well, there's a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy.
Touch it. Touch it. Hey, tonight's story. I hope you enjoy it. Hey, I got to shout out some folks out there in the chat, and I got a friend in the basement I'm pulling up here. We got Blake Hurst right away, and he said, I ain't touching a damn thing. Yeah, Metal Music says, me neither. Lori J, hello, hello. And we got Rebecca Felter, good to see you. Oh, who else we got in here? Oh, we got everything spicy. Phil, he's hanging out in the basement. We're going to bring him up here shortly. And Dojo, there's Dojo. Awesome. Great to see you, Dojo. And Over Barlow, great to see you. Hey, everyone, he says. Awesome. We got a good group of folks. We got Running Water. He's out there in the chat. He was in the basement, but he's driving. He's driving, and it's the middle of the night, pitch black where he's driving. I don't want him driving and sitting on the panel, you know. But we don't have to see him anyway. What the heck, eh? So I'm going to bring Phil up right away.
What's happening?
I said fill up, not Philip.
Fill up.
Yeah, want to make sure everybody gets their fill tonight, you know.
Oh, trust me, I could leave now and everybody would have their fill of me.
They have their fill tonight. That's it. Hey, Freeman James, good to see you, brother. Good to see you. And there's Tim. Hey, I'm in the house, Sty. Hello, my friend. Yep, there's Martin D. B5. Is that a B?
That is a B.
That is a B.
Yeah, I always look at that dang thing. Is that an 8 or
and wonder, is it an 8 or is it a B? That, you know, sometimes they're pretty tough to read. There's Chasing the Reaper. Hey, Chasing the Reaper, you got rid of the explosions at the end, man. Now people can chat at you and they can at your channel name. That's cool. That's cool.
I feel guilty because I gave him a hard time about that in my live stream. And
I heard you.
Now I feel guilty that he's taking it off of there. And I'm like, maybe I should have just kept my mouth shut. And, you know,
well,
I'm not one to keep my mouth shut. That's the only problem.
But sometimes it's that off the cuff constructive criticism that really goes a long way. I mean,
And it was designed to be constructive. I mean, when someone goes looking for
yeah,
Chasing the Reaper in YouTube, unless they copy and paste your thing,
right.
you know,
They're not going to get it. Yeah.
right.
And that's he whittling it down to just the way it shows now makes it so much. And he said, he said, no, don't feel guilty. Not your fault. That's cool. Yeah.
Well, it's good.
You know,
It's
and
good that he changed it from his name because, again, as you build a YouTube channel, unless you don't want your YouTube channel to be your name, unless your name is an alias.
I got my green card. Oh, you didn't say alien. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and that's it is I can use my name, even in my private life, everybody knows me as Sty North, period. I mean, there is so many people in my life that don't even know my birth name, and when I tell them that, especially when I had my checking account and I'd write them a check and they go, well, who the hell is that? Did you steal this from somebody? And it's like, no, I'm sorry, but that's the only way I can write your check. Oh boy. Here, we're going to purdy up our stream here. There we go. There we go.
Samantha.
I'm happy with the camera. I'm happy with the camera. You see how much crisper that picture is?
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, yeah.
Look at her get all bashful again.
Yeah. She can't hide behind. She can't hide behind that goofy, hazy kind of look that was on her screen before. And she can't hide behind that anymore. Now that doesn't mean you have to run off every stream and go try to put makeup on and crap. You look awesome just the way you present yourself. So.
Well, that's our friend Crazy Ann. Do you remember Crazy Ann? We first met Crazy Ann, and she used to use that filter. So she didn't have to put on makeup. She used to do that filter.
Yes, yes.
And I was the one that convinced her. I says, you know what? Don't put that on there. I says, you need to slap on a little makeup, It says, don't use that filter. He says, you're a pretty girl. You should have no problem coming. Well, the biggest thing is getting rid of all those trolls that used to be around all the time, because those trolls, more so for a woman than a guy, will really bring you down and make you feel, self-conscious. So getting rid of all of that garbage has really helped too. So what's up, Waterbug?
Hey, Saucy Shane, great to see you, brother. And B Wizzle, awesome. Waterbug, good to see ya.
Waterbug. Waterbug.
Hey, there's Cindy. My Mike is eating his own ding dongs tonight. His own?
That's most of us married guys.
Practicing some contortion or something. Yeah. Hey, Peppers in Kentucky living. We got a great group in the house already. I got 32 folks hanging out. That is awesome. If you folks share it out, hey, heck, that's many more, The something it's got me kind of wondering if it's the title of tonight's story. What did that work out as clickbait or something?
Probably.
touch it. I mean, I definitely been getting some personal messages as to what are you going to be touching, Sty? A lot of weird thoughts going on out there. I'm certain now. People are really letting their imaginations run wild. I need to find the filter to remove my beard since I Yeah, I am a really Southern belle. Yeah, I tell you what, Phil was really pushing the limits with that. Yeah, them Southern women, they got them big beards. Boy, that's pushing it. That's pushing it. Don't
Styaina over
blame
here.
me,
Styaina.
Styaina.
Hey, is it my fault they raised them down south and they look like you?
That's a oh,
That is not my fault.
You are so brave.
That's not my fault.
My mom is Southern. You better watch it, bro.
They're not all like that.
that.
Southern women with a nice Southern draw and a Southern belle
Hey,
that are all
Melissa.
pretty and cute. And then you got the ones that never see the light of day and eat nothing but fried foods, and they're big like me and they got beards like Sty.
Thanks, Waterbug. Hey. I got to tell you, and this is a very short Sty story, and it's a freebie. When I was out in Montana, we lived way up in the backcountry, and it was a hell of a drive to get up to where we lived. And there was nobody for 6.5 miles between us and the highway and the backcountry. Well, I was coming down off the mountain one day with the wife and the kids in the truck and ran out of gas. Bad thing to do when you're way up in the boonies, Ran out of gas. Well, the one thing I did know is right at the very end of that road before you got to the highway was this looked like an old house, And I thought, somebody's got to live there. I'm sure of it. There's a power pole and there's power lines going, there's somebody got to live there. So I'll hike to that house and see if they got some gas. So can you give me a ride to town? So I hiked to that house. I tell you what scared the hell out of me. I get there. I get to the porch of this house. It's got a big open front porch. I get to the porch and the biggest man you ever seen with the burliest looking beard and mustache you ever seen in the ugliest dress you ever seen come walking out on that porch. And then I was surprised when he talked to me and I found out, no, that's the lady of the house. And I told myself I didn't say I've heard the stories, but I didn't know. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. Now that wasn't south. That was far northwest. I mean, yeah, I think all over the country you've got a few gals out there that can be pretty gruff. And she had 2 kids that one was 20 and one was 24 years old, and she yelled at her kids come out to give me a hand getting gas, and it was a guy and a gal, and they looked fine. They were attractive kids. I mean, they looked nice kids, and I kept looking at her and looking at them kids and saying, weird shit happens. I mean, yeah, she could put out some pretty good looking kids, but she wasn't going to win any beauty contest. That was for sure. Not unless she got a good clean shave, at least. Yep. Very bearded lady then.
Cindy's taking real offense to this.
Boy, she's going to whoop you a new one, boy.
I'm telling you.
Yep. Hey, Teresa, sweetie. Hey, there's Crazy Ann in there. There she is. Donald Morris.
I'm doing
good, Donald.
I should probably be nice to the people who send me stuff, especially people that send me stuff that I eat or that because it could backfire on me.
It's one of those deals where don't use the waitress to chew out the chef,
right?
And have her send your steak back to have it cooked a little better, because that steak's going to have a special glaze on it when you get it back.
Yep.
The chef's going to say, well, because the waitress always asks the chef, is there anything you'd like me to say to the customer? And the chef says, no, I already said it. Yep. Hey, Will the Rocker, good to see ya. Good
What's
to
up,
see
Groovy Lava Squirrel?
the
Hey,
groovy
Will.
lava squirrel sneaking in. Rod the Holler Hound's here. Great. The good crew tonight. Good crew tonight. That's nice. I love it, guys. Seeing 34 folks in here. Um, this is kind of early, but I'm going to run this real quick. My two guests are used to seeing this. Their names are on it anyway, so that, yeah, you know, they don't mind me showing it off. So this only takes about a minute. So we're going to run this quick. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, that's great. That's great. I love my members. The Samantha, you're crazy.
I had to update. Remember, the card expired, so I got the new one.
That's
And
yeah.
that was a good reminder. So thank you.
Oh, and it sure wasn't for that purpose. That, as you notice, your name stayed put. Stayed put.
Oh,
That
yeah. I
she
told
is
you I'd fix it when I got my.
she is Samantha is one great contributor to the channel. I mean, the all of I mean, Phil and Crazy Ann. I mean, yeah, you guys are all awesome. You're all awesome. Those memberships, I got it. I'm brainstorming, trying to figure out. I got to get something special going for my members and get some things posted. And one thing I found, Phil, maybe you've run into this with memberships. You ever notice you post a member only video? It only lets you put it in as a community post. And I only get about half my members ever watch them.
I think it gives them a notification.
Yeah. And if they forget about it, that, you know, if they saw it or they're busy and it popped up, and I know I'm that way with notifications. It's like, oh, I'll get to that later.
And it never comes. Yeah, I'm the same way. You know, probably half of my folks see anything when I do a members. I haven't done a members only one in a little while, so that's my fault too. But when I do one, you know, and it's not their fault. For most cases, most people aren't seeing it. But when you do something like that and you get 20 views out of it, and you're like, well, do they really care? And you got to know that they probably, I mean, they see me standing there for 5 minutes to step on a rake, you know.
So now, from what I understand and what I've seen, is you can create a playlist, a members only playlist that'll be right on your homepage. You can put it like the second playlist down. The non-members can see the playlist, but if they try to watch the video, it'll say you have to be a member. So I'm going to create a members only playlist and have it on my homepage so that if they go to the homepage, they can see what member videos are available. And that might encourage other folks that, you know, they'll see things and they'll go, well, the members get to see that. Yeah, for $4.99 a month, I get to see that stuff too, you know. So I think it's a win-win. You know, you help the current members, and then you're also sharing it out to those folks that aren't members, And the thing is we feel the same way. I don't want anybody to feel obligated to be a member. I just it's just fun. It's just fun. The memberships is fun. I love seeing all the membership emojis out there. That I like how that's set up. I can look at the chat and see all the members. And it's awesome. Hey, hike with Mike. Hey, he went on a fall hike. I wish I was out hiking.
Yeah, the memberships are good because they just they're like subscribers, but it's good to know that someone's willing to support what you do and they appreciate what you're doing. I think that's what the memberships.
Yeah.
I mean, it was passed down to us, right? Because used to be you had to have 10,000 subscribers to be monetized to have members. So I do appreciate what even though YouTube took away the ease of being able to subscribe to other channels, they did give us, those of us who are monetized, the ability to have memberships, which is, I would tell you quite honestly, has really helped the income of the channel. It allows me to buy, 34 packy chips and 8 boxes of bites and these things that we've been able to do for you guys,
I mean, my members, they paid for my camping trips last summer. All of my overhead costs for my camping trips to do content, they paid for that. They paid for upgrades to the adventure trailer so that I got a great camping trailer. It's hard to explain just how far it really goes. And, and I'm one that always says that it doesn't matter what income you're at. It's all relative. I mean, if you're making $10,000 a year or you're making $100,000 a year, it's all relative. You spend what you earn. How many of you people out there would disagree with that? You spend what you earn, and you always find yourself trying to make certain things squeeze in that you just can't. You're thinking, how can I swing that? I committed myself to this, and this. My income is all committed, and memberships really. And Phil does like I do. I account for my membership income and my super chats. I account for it, and I apply it to my channel. This month, I'm getting down there now. I'm getting down there. My YouTube budget's getting down there, but I've been all around channels that follow me and that I love to support when I can. I picked this month to support channels, so I've been dropping super chats around to these other channels just to give some of it back to those other channels that are trying to do exactly what I'm doing, and that's bring some nice content to all the folks out there. It's all one big family, and it's like slipping somebody an extra $5-10. You just, there you go. What the heck?
I think we've killed that subject now.
We killed that. Subject, right? We beat that to death, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah.
But it is good to see everyone. And again, we got one day of November left, and then we're on to the month that has the Christmas in it.
Oh, I was so mad today. I'm working on my Christmas Day stream, and I'm pulling everything from last year over into a new file, getting it all set up for that stream. I cannot find the Sty Night Before Christmas.
No,
I can't find it, and people like that. They, doggone it. I know I got it somewhere. I'm thinking I'm going to jump on that old computer and see if it's in there. But I got to find that bugger. Otherwise, I got to download an 11-hour live stream and cut it out of there into Filmora just to make a clip of just that. And
just do the screen.
Huh?
Just do the screen. That's what I do. I don't download a video. I just find what in the video I do, go into Filmora and just record that section of the video. Yeah. No, I record that section of the video.
Well, that's it. but I have to download it.
Nope.
So that I. No. Yes, I do. Because
you do. Yeah. Okay.
I have to download it from YouTube so that I have last year's stream, so that I can cut that piece out.
Gotcha.
In Filmora. So, yeah, and I don't like doing that because you lose some of the quality. Yeah, all these multiple downloads, you end up losing some quality. But oh well, it is what it is. I will build something for Christmas Day.
Yeah, 39 people in here, guys. Thanks for
thanks for share it out, guys. Share it out. Bring some of your friends over.
Absolutely.
Trying to see what's going on over there in the chat. The H4H, the hot sauce advent calendar coming in 2 days.
Huh. Holy mackerel. By the time your live stream over, my video will finally have downloaded. It's still got an hour and 37 minutes left.
How long is the video?
14 minutes.
Oh, that ain't right.
But there's I think it's just, I don't know if it's because there's a bunch of layers.
It shouldn't affect it so much.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's because it's downloaded from my phone or from my. I don't know. I don't know what. Most of mine don't take that long when they're 14 minutes, but.
See, I'm lucky. I'm lucky. Are you downloading it to YouTube?
It's going to YouTube now, right?
It's going to YouTube, and it's taking that long.
Yeah. Well, I increased the frame rate. I increased some things that probably slowed it down too. So I want to get I'm trying to get the best resolution I can out of things. Again, the GoPro's got a better resolution. So I think the resolution has a lot to do with how long it takes for stuff to down. Well, I know it does and the layers do too, because when I try to download things into the StreamYard videos, if I got layers on it, forget it. It'll take up too much.
The file's too big. I noticed that too. With to get it from a Filmora file into StreamYard, it's got to be basically simple. Otherwise, it's too big for StreamYard. I wish StreamYard would increase the video clip length to 15 minutes, though, instead of 5 minutes max. Because then things like that Christmas section I want to show, it's only about 11 minutes, but I can't do it because StreamYard only allows 5 minutes, and the file size would be way too big. So
with my GoPro 8, it actually splices it itself. I'll take one video, and depending on the length of the video, it'll be in 3 or 4 sections.
So does the 7. Yeah.
Oh, does it?
7 does the same thing. It's the exact same number of file, except the first one's got 0, then the second one's got 2, then the next one's got 3, but the tail end of the number is identical. So you can tell which 3 clips were that one video. I did one of my kayaking ones. I had 5, and each one's about 17 minutes long. And I had 5 of those, and I had to marry them all together in Filmora. But I like how the GoPro does clip it, because it's a smooth transition. The two, when you put them in Filmora and you butt them up, it's smooth. You don't see a hiccup or nothing. So it's just that GoPro wants to keep those files a certain size, so they only let it get so big, and then they start a new file. All the things that we learn,
learn as we go. I tell you,
frustrating.
I was very frustrated today. Very frustrated today.
I am so freaking happy right now. I'm just thrilled because of the new microphone. Running water. You mean
that ice cream bar in front of your face?
Yeah.
That's what I see every time I see that damn thing.
That's the only. That's the only.
You don't see
ice
it
cream.
angle or anything else. It looks like a damn Dove ice cream bar in front of his face.
It's hard to tell that it's actually round,
right?
You know, because it's so wide. This microphone's wide and flat.
Well, we're right at the right angle too. You know, we're not above it. We're not below it. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this one. I don't nothing fancy I got to mess with. I didn't have to get any extra hardware or nothing. And yep, it's nice. Meow. Yeah. Don't get them started. Don't get them started.
No.
Get them all. You'll get them all horned up, and he'll be having a fit. Yeah. Oh boy, our viewer count dropped down by 10 for crying out loud. Hey, I'm gonna have to get on with the Sty story here, because folks always know that at the half-hour mark, you know, I would just move my friends off to the side here with me, and we'll get on with the Sty story for tonight. All of you have been waiting for this, eh? Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Well, this Sty story, I had it on my list. I was looking through my list. I was going to just do a flip of the coin kind of thing. And then I saw that, and I was reminiscing about this event that happened. And I thought, yeah, I'll do that one for tonight. Well, this goes back several years, not terribly far back, maybe 10 years ago. We used to have out here this local little kind of small town backwoods kind of grocery store, and it was more like a anything you want kind of store. You go in there, they had hardware and automotive stuff and groceries, a lot of groceries. But it was a mom and pop operation. This old boy and his wife ran that thing, and it eventually shut down. And it shut down about a year after this incident that I'm going to tell you about, because the old couple just couldn't run it anymore. They just couldn't do it themselves, and their family didn't want the store. They didn't want anything to do with it. So the store's gone. It's long gone. But there's some memories of that old store. Well, that place had been there, from what I understood. They had run that store from the mid 1950s all the way up until 2010, 2009, 2010. And I loved that store. I just loved going in there and wandering around, taking a look at what they got. And I'd buy a bottle of soda or something and pick a couple things up, snacks or something, just to be able to go in their store. You walk in the place, and it's got these big, wide plank, weathered hardwood floor in the place. And you look at it, and the inside of the place almost looked like a barn inside. I mean, everything was rough cut, and their shelves, you could tell, were all handmade and old stuff in there. And their equipment, some of the things they had a pop machine in there, one of them old ones with the glass side panel, and you drop your coins in, you open the door, and you gotta yank your bottle out of the machine, and all this old stuff. And so it was almost like going into a little museum of stores of the past, right? So I was driving past that store one day, and I'm going, I haven't been in there in a while. I got to stop in there. So I pull in, and I walk in the store, and I'm going, oh, man. And it's one of those places you can smell the old wood, and there's just something down home about this place. So I'm wandering around this store, and it's pretty good size, this store. And I'm wandering around the store, and I'm getting around, and all of a sudden I hear the voices of two young girls, right? And I hear this one girl going, she kept saying, touch it, touch it. And I thought, what in the world is going on? You know? And then I heard this other girl and I could almost tell their ages just by their voices. The other girl had to have been a much younger girl, and she's going, please, I don't want to. And that older one was actually getting really harsh in the way she was saying it. And she's going, touch it. Just nasty like, you touch it. And I thought, I got to find out what's going on. So I went around the end of the aisle and I'm looking, and down at the end of that next aisle, there's this big cooler. And they're standing in front of that cooler. And this older girl's about, I'd say she's about 14, 15 years old. And the younger girl looked like she was maybe 7 or 8 years old. And the older girl's looking down on her just like a vulture. And she's pointing her finger in this little girl's face. And she's telling her, touch it. And that little girl's got tears running down her face. And she's going, no, I don't want to. I don't want to. And she goes, you touch it. You touch it right now. And I didn't realize it, but that little girl was holding on to this steel post, because they had these steel posts throughout the store that held up the roof in the store. And that girl's holding on to that steel post with her left hand, and her older sister's telling her, touch it. And I thought, she's got her hand on it. Leave her alone. She's touching it. And I figured that steel post is what she's talking about. And that older girl said, if you don't touch it, when we get home, I'm going to beat you up. You touch it, and you touch it now. That little girl was just totally terrified to do whatever this older one wanted her to do. And now this little girl, she's literally what you would picture as weeping. She's weeping. She's crying. She says, no, don't make me touch it. Don't make me touch it. And I'm thinking, I got to intervene. I got to go over there and find out why she's picking on this little girl that way. I was too late. I was about halfway down that aisle, and she got her finger right in that girl's nose, and she goes, you're going to really pay for it if you don't touch it. And that little girl reached out. Now, this floor freezer was an old-fashioned porcelain steel. It had chunks of white porcelain broke off of it and stuff. And it had the big stainless steel hatch doors on the top. That little girl reaches up and grabs the handle of that hatch door. The only thing I didn't see was smoke. That little girl started shaking like the whole world was ending. And the highest pitched screech out of that little girl you ever heard. And that bigger girl starts laughing at her. And finally, that little girl broke loose, let go of that pole and the freezer, and she went right down on her knees. And the older girl said, get up and touch it again. One more time. You got to touch it one more time. I went running down there and I said, whoa, what's going on here? That older girl right away, she goes, oh. She says, my stupid sister touched it, and she ran off. I helped that little girl up, and I go, what happened to you? She goes, it shocked me. I go, what do you mean it shocked you? She says, it shocked me. She said, my sister made me touch it. And I thought, what the heck? So I grabbed the lid of that freezer, and I go open and close it. And I said, I don't understand. It didn't shock me. And she says, touch that pole and touch it. I reached for that pole, and she goes, no! And it was too late. A blue spark about 3 inches long come off that pole and hit me across the fingers. I jumped back, and now I got tears in my eyes. Oh my God, does that hurt? I walked with that little girl up to the front of the store, and here's that older girl standing there by her mother and her dad. And she goes, I told Becky not to touch that. And she did it anyway. She had to go and touch it. I told her not to touch it. I walked up to her folks and I go, yeah. And this little girl's holding my hand. It's like, he touched it. I'm friends with him, you know. I walked up to her folks and I go, are these your daughters? And they go, yeah, who are you? And I said, I'm just a customer, but I saw what happened. And I said, this poor little thing, look at her face. I said, she was in tears. Well, your older girl forced her to touch that cooler back there. And they said, what's touching a cooler got to do with it? I said, there's a short in that cooler, because if you touch the steel pole and you ground yourself and grab onto that cooler, you get 110 volts right now. I said, I'm going to talk to the store owner and have them do something with it. But I said, and that older girl goes, it's always been that way. It's been that way as long as I can remember. And I said, really? You knew that it was that way? And she goes, oh yeah, we all know, all of us kids know about it. You don't touch the pole and the cooler. But she did it. She did it. She insisted she did it. I said, I watched the whole thing. You made your sister touch it. You told her you're going to beat her up if she didn't touch it. You should have seen the look on them parents' face. The mother looked at the older girl and she says, all the times that your little sister has gotten into trouble because of what you told us she did, she said, you have got a lot of punishments coming, because I got a feeling everything your little sister supposedly did that was bad was all encouraged by you. What? She says, me? I wouldn't do anything to hurt my sister. And I looked at that little girl and I thought, and she's just pouting, and she said, yeah, she's got that puppy look, you know, the poor puppy look, you know. I was so pissed off. That store, one thing that store had were those great big round lollipops. They're about 10 inches across. They're huge. I walked up and they said, yeah, hey, I need one of them big old suckers you got there on the counter. And they give me one. I walked over to that little girl and I gave her that big sucker. And I looked at that older one and I said, you want a sucker too? And she goes, oh, I'd sure like one. And I said, then get back there and touch it. Her dad burst out laughing. And he took that little girl by the ear and walked her out of the store. And yeah, I got my soda and a couple snacks and I walked out of there, and they were pulling out of the parking lot. And that little girl with that big ass sucker, her smile was big enough she could have stuck that whole sucker in her mouth. And she's waving at me, you know, as they're driving off. So if you got somebody telling you, touch it, don't do it. Don't do it. Unless I'm there, because you'll earn a big sucker for it. Yeah. If you touch it, I'll buy you a big sucker. So there you go. There's your Sty story tonight. It was, you know, it's kind of a short one, but I always liked that story because I felt that little girl came out on top, even though she got the electric chair. It just wasn't right. So there you are. Touch it. Phil, touch it. Touch it. No, he's got his eye. No, I ain't touching it. No. Back up.
There was a few little things when I was a kid. I can remember not even being a kid. My my mother-in-law's place down in North Carolina. It's in the hills. They got fuses. They got 2 wires. They don't have wire encased in plastic. It's actually 2 wires, and there was a trim around the edge of her Formica that obviously it was steel. It wasn't aluminum. It had to be the steel. But someone had to find it, but it was grounded out or something on that steel. You would touch the edge of that kitchen counter and it would zap.
Yep. My grandmother had an old mixer, that had the bowl, it was on a stand, and I always wondered why she'd reach over and she'd adjust the speed. She grabbed that lever and she just adjusts the speed. But she never held that mixer, never touched the mixer. And I walked up one day because it's running. I walked up and put my hand on the body of that metal mixer and that lit me up. Yeah, the mixer had a short in it. And she didn't think that that grandmother didn't think that grandfather had to know with all to fix it. So she just lived with it. Yeah. Those were the days. No ground fault circuits in the kitchen,
Nope.
But yeah, I felt so bad for that little girl. I'll never forget the look on her face while her sister's telling her, "I'm going to beat you up if you don't touch it." And she was so terrified. And then when I headed down that aisle, I thought, I'll go break that up. She got to quit picking on that little girl. And when that little girl grabbed that door, I just, oh my God, watching her just stand there and shake. And, if it would have been my kid, she would have been chewing her out about how you almost killed your little sister, Yeah. And big sisters can be mean. They can, that big sisters can be mean.
And sometimes they don't grow out of it even as they get older.
Yeah, true.
Yep.
My big sister, hey, Yeti Mountain, Jonas, and folks, just Lazy Nate came in. Yeah, great to see all of you. But oh hell, I forgot what I was going to say. Say something, Phil.
Well, Lazy Nate saying, I ran full force into an electric fence on my stepdad's farm. It explains a lot. There were the ones that they would send a pulse through every now and then. And I would go ahead and grab onto that and just kind of wait for that thing and then zap you.
I finally it was about 10, 15 years ago. But for almost 50 years, I had a scar across the back of my right calf, straight line. And that was because I backed up against a weed burner electric fence. Those damn things, my grandpa had those on a couple of his cattle fields. And if a weed grew and blew up against it, it would burn that weed right off. The fence was that hot. It would burn. Yeah, they called them weed burners. And what it did was it kept the fence lines clear. You didn't have to go out and cut them, because it green weeds blow up against it, burn that sucker right off. And I backed against it, and it burned about a 4.5 inch burn across the back of my calf, and that scar stayed for years and years. My granddad used to take the gate ends off. They got a big hook on the end that would hook onto the next piece of fence, and he'd take a gate end off, and he had a couple of bulls that would get kind of ornery with them, and he'd take them by the big ring in their nose, and he'd walk them to the gate, and he'd take that fencer, and he'd take that handle, and he'd tap them on the ring in their nose, and you'd see the sparks fly. And I mean, that bull would blow boogers because it was so hot. And yeah, it's surprising how those bulls just stood there and behaved after he shocked them like that, Hey, Newman, good to see you. Me Dibble, awesome. It's great to have all you folks here. We're back up to 41 in the house. That is wonderful. Love you folks. Love having you here.
It's a good
That's
crowd.
great. Great crowd.
Joe mentioned I pop in and see Phil playing with a ribbed 3-pronged item. I just told him I've been waiting for him.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
That's an unusual tickler there. I mean,
Is that right?
Yep. And it can be used. It can be used as a GoPro tripod at the same time. I mean, yeah.
You stick that up someone's butt, you could get a unique angle that you wouldn't normally see with the camera.
You wouldn't usually see. You've done that before?
You wouldn't usually see,
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes cameras don't belong certain places.
You'd be surprised. You can wash these pretty easily.
Oh, yeah. I've got the exact same tripod. Gemma's saying, I remember my sister daring me to stick my finger into our dad's golf putting machine. Ended up going to the hospital and having it removed. Ouch.
Do you remember those things?
That's yeah. Clunk. What the hell? Yeah. Oh God. Oh yeah. There's a Sty story to go with that, but oh my God, one of my nightmares growing up. This is no kidding. I was 17 years old before we had a modern washing machine. At 17, my mother finally caved in and got rid of the last wringer washer. Those wringer washers, they are one dangerous son of a gun. And I got a Sty story about our wringer washer. So I won't spoil that, but wringer washers, they scare the hell out of me, man. So you have the same tripod. I hope you don't use it the same way as Phil. No, me dibble, I don't. This is all news to me. And go fish. It is great to see you. Great to see you. Yeah, my sister thought it was hilarious. To this day, she teases me. She was like, "You're silly." I was like, "You dared me." Yeah, that's that. That's the thing is, siblings will get you in trouble. They always will. Samantha's nodding her head.
Samantha was a sibling getting everybody else in trouble. I'm sure of it.
Oh heck no! Honestly,
I'm sure of it.
My two older sisters were the worst, and then of course my little brother was daring. So I was kind of the quiet one. I was the one getting in trouble all the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they blamed everything on me.
Hey, Joe. Yeah. Don't I was the baby of the family. I was the baby in the family, and all my older siblings loved to blame me for anything that went wrong around the house. Mm-hmm. And I could never understand that. Something they would do, and they'd run to my mom and dad. Look what Sty did now. I wasn't even around. I wasn't even there. What the heck? Oh, but mom and dad believed them all the time. But whenever mom or dad would actually catch them in the act of something, they'd say, well, you never punish Sty that way. He's the baby, and you love him more than us. I thought, what kind of crap is this? If I'm so loved, then why do I get whoopings from mom all the time for shit you did? I just could never figure that out. I'm so loved, I get all the spankings. Gosh almighty. I didn't want to be loved so much. I mean, yeah. Hey Jonas, I look like a biker guy. I had my biking days. Ooh, yeah, I was a much younger man though. I haven't had a motorcycle for 10,006 or 2,000. Yeah, 10,006. That's in the future a bit. 2006 was when I got rid of my last bike. So I'd like to have another motorcycle, but Running Water says I was always in trouble, only deserved it 80% of the time. That's right. And Running Water, he said it himself. That's I only punished him when I actually caught him. I had to actually see it. I had to catch him. Yeah. But his mother, Running Water's mother, she looked for something that Running Water did. Yeah. Yeah. She kept her spanking practice up on him. Yeah. Me Dibble says I used to be younger too. Well, I tell you what, it's terrible when you get my age and you start, all of a sudden you realize, holy Christ, I got to quit thinking young and trying to act young because, it takes too much time to heal from some of that stuff that you used to be able to do. Yeah. Recovery is so much slower now. I still don't know better. I still do stuff that I shouldn't. Your biking days ended as well in 2005 when I ran my Sportster in the back of a van while jamming my brakes. Ouch. Ouch. Hey, Mike. Great to see ya. E-Waste Mike. I was hoping that I'd see you pop in because at least I know you're still alive and kicking. Just woke up from your 7-hour nap. Need another 18 hours. There you go. There you go. Hey, that's another thing. I've said it before. My mother always said when I'd go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I slept all that long. She'd go, you wouldn't have done it if you didn't need it. No, I did it because I was feeling pretty damn lazy. That's all it was. You have to grow old, but you don't have to grow up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Any of you folks have been hanging around with me for the last year and a half know that Sty's having a hard time growing up. It's just going on 64, and I act like I'm, 16 sometimes. You guys got to get some sleep. Hey, Lava Squirrel, it was awesome that you were here. Thanks for being here. You take care. If you don't subscribe to Sty North, then what are you doing with your life? Thanks, Jonas. Heck, And that's the thing is, I remember getting on this discussion, well over a year ago with some folks. We were talking about what ifs. What if YouTube would have done this or done that? What if there were never any thumbs up or thumbs down? Would people be verbal about it and say, oh, if I could, I'd give you a thumbs down, but they don't exist? Would people even go there? And another thing is what if there weren't subscribe buttons? What if it was like you could follow a channel, but the creator can't see who's following them. What if it was that way? Only you can see who you're following. Not that they can't see that you're following them. What if? What if there was no subscribe buttons? And what if there were no thumbs up, thumbs down? And I remember that conversation, and it always made me wonder. What would things be like if there were no subscribe buttons? I know why they do, and that's so they can see the volume of followings that you have, so that they can commercialize on it. I mean, it's a revenue thing.
Well, also to have the likes, be able to let you see your likes and your views too, so you can really gauge what people that are watching are enjoying, right?
Right.
Sometimes baffles me and what people do watch and what people don't watch. It's like
it makes you wonder. Do I gauge society based on the things that there's 15 million views of a video that you're going, why would you even watch that? But there's 15 million views, and then you start thinking something weird's happened to the world,
right?
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, we were asking each other those what ifs, and it was pretty funny, it'd be a whole different world. It'd be a whole different world without some of those tools, I'm feeling it, and I'm only just 50, but I have issues apart from being crazy. That's I had already had my first heart attack before I was 50, and it's crazy that I feel better today than I did in my late 40s and early 50s. That's crazy. That's crazy. The thing is I started feeling old in my mid 40s, and by the time I was 55, I looked ancient and felt ancient, and then all of a sudden I started feeling good again. I started taking care of myself, being more active and giving a darn, and the good old doctors fixed some of my equipment that was shot, like my heart. and so I feel younger than I did when I was 47. So it's weird. I just don't want that clock to keep turning back. I just don't want to go back to the time of diapers and someone having to feed me, And, yeah,
you'll get back to the diaper point at some point there, Sty. Unless you get hit by a bus. Then if you get hit by a bus, that'd be the last time you shit yourself.
Could be. That definitely could. But see, and that's Sty's luck. I'd get hit by the bus and run right over by the dang thing, and I'd crap my pants over it. And I'd wake up in the hospital, and they'd say, "Yeah, it's going to be about 6 months, but you're going to make it, Sty." No, I'm all busted to hell. No. Oh, we saved you. Saved me for what? Saved me to watch me suffer for 6 months. Thanks a lot. That's like when I had my open chest surgery, boy. When I come out of that, I had a nurse on each side of my head. I'm in the ICU, and I got this freaking hose coming out of my mouth and shit. And they said, "Sty, this will be uncomfortable, but we're removing your respirator." And they pulled that old hose out of my throat, to breathe through. And they go, "Now you have to breathe. You have to breathe on your own." And I took that first breath, and it felt like my chest was just going to pop open. I just like, oh shit, no, that don't feel good. So I quit breathing. I just laid there. And they're yelling on both sides of me, "Breathe. You have to breathe. You have to breathe." But I started drifting off, and it felt so good. I was at the point I was going to go unconscious from not breathing. But it felt so damn good. And they're yelling at me, you got to breathe, you got to breathe. So I took a deep breath and it hurt like hell. And on my exhale, all that came out was, let me fucking die. All of a sudden I got two nurses yelling at me, we're not allowed to let you die. You have to breathe. You're not allowed to die in here. We'll lose our jobs if we lose you. You're not going to quit breathing. And I'm like, Jesus, it felt so good. And these women are making my life miserable. Just let me die. No, you ain't going nowhere. We want to keep our jobs. And I'm thinking, the hell with their damn job. Get a different job. It ain't my problem. No, them damn people won't let you die. They won't. Nope, they're going to make you suffer through it. And I'm glad they did, but at the moment, it was just like, oh, this feels so good to just pass away. I was just ready. I was so ready. But yeah, on you go. Hey, Traveling Granny, great to see you. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, it's just so everybody knows. In January, I'm going to be starting a new show in a sense. It's going to be in beta, I guess you could say, for the first month or so. We'll see how it goes. And it's going to be a show that I do throughout the winter, depending on what I can get for internet out at camp next summer. If I got good internet out at camp, it'll continue. But the show is going to be 3 days. It's going to start out 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. And it'll be at 1 p.m. Central Time those 3 days. And it's going to be kind of a variety show in a sense. It's going to be 1 hour long. It'll be a live stream. And I'm going to have guests as often as possible. I'm going to have guests. I've got a couple of guests already lined up that'll be on my show. If you would like to get on my show and allow me to do a short little interview with you and have some open discussion about if you want to talk about your YouTube channel or just life in general, things that you've experienced over the years or whatever, I'd love to have you as a guest. So I'm going to type my email in here. And if you'd like to be on that show, just put in the subject in the email show and give me your contact information down in the email. Because I would be really honored to have you as a guest on that show.
Yeah, it's always kind of weird when someone interviews you. You feel like everybody knows you when you do it. Sty and I do. You feel like everybody out there knows you. I've had a couple of people now interview me since I've had my channel, and Mr. Fulton did a really good job. But I had another channel really ask some really revealing questions, and it was things I wasn't planned on answering or hadn't thought of answering. And people, if you'd watched that, which a lot of my people weren't there were some folks there that visited the channel. But if you'd watched that, you'd learn some things, some different things,
right,
some things that maybe I wouldn't have revealed unless I was asked. And in most cases, if someone asks me something, I'll tell them the truth. I don't care, but I don't purposely go out and reveal things about myself.
Exactly. And that's the thing is my show. I'll have a general set of questions for any guest, anybody that would be on it as a guest, and those will go to that person well before the show, and they can opt out. They can opt out on certain questions. I am not going to ask somebody what they would consider an uncomfortable question. I'll give them what questions I want to ask, and if they don't they don't want to go there, they can tell me, well, I like all the questions except 3 and 7. Don't ask those 2 because I'm not going there. And I'm good with that. I'm good. Look at this. Look at this. You talk about having somebody, a guest. This guy, it's been months and months and months since he's been up on my panel. And I tell you what, for all you folks that don't know, this fella and I, we've got a special understanding. I mean, we adore each other, but it never appears that way. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Correct, he says. Oh, it's like going there, cheesehead. Look at that. Look at the name he used. Cheesehead Chris, Sty's arch nemesis. So true. So true.
Very much.
So your wife allowed you to get on the internet tonight there, Cheesehead?
Yes. Well, and I got a new computer, so we'll see how that works.
Yeah.
So where are you hiding?
Pretty good.
You're on it.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
Right.
Some places you just don't go.
My headphones aren't working, so I got to go with the live off the thing. So I got to get a new set of headphones.
He wasn't hearing us on the headphones.
No, I was testing them out before, and they weren't connected. So.
I'm sure you recall it, Chris. There was one time that Chris had done a really neat food video, right? I was so thrilled with that food video that, oh, hell yeah, I had to post that sucker publicly on Facebook. Holy God. I mean, instantaneous. He's private messaging me saying, get that bugger off of there. No, don't put it. No, what? My wife's going to see that. Get that off of there. I don't want her to know what I'm doing on YouTube. Get that off of there. And I'm like, oh God, and I'm trying to yell, just scrambling to get it off there. And we were both sweating for the longest time. We haven't heard nothing. Oh, good. It was off there before she ever caught it. So timing was everything. Now that goes to show a friendship, though, as much as we razz each other, that all he had to do was mention to me, oh no, I don't want that one up public. Get it off.
If you want to come straight down to it, I'm the reason or the blame why he's got this live stream thing going. I helped him set it up, his very first one.
Yep, we go all the way back to my very first live stream. And that was after about 5 or 6 test live streams. Well, they weren't actual live. They were, we did it as private ones. And that was back in the days of Hangout, using Hangouts. And Chris got a hold of me. He said, I'm playing with this streaming stuff now. He says, you should try this. And all you gotta do is this and this. And I said, okay, I'm game. So I said, what do I do? And he says, I'll send you a link and you just pop up here with me. And I said, oh yeah, right. This ain't gonna work. And I did what he told me to, and boom, here's Chris and I up here together. And I go, look at this crap. And we're just like, wow, this is working good. And I had a lot of issues. I couldn't figure out how to do a live YouTube stream, and Chris walked me through it, and lo and behold, I popped my very first stream up, and yeah, it's been all downhill since then, Chris. Thanks a lot. Now look at how I've gotten into it. I mean, Christ, I got studio lights.
I'm still expecting that royalty check in with my mod channel.
Yeah, you can check your royalty at the door.
And my 401k. All three. That nice Christmas bonus.
Your 401k
would come in handy.
Your 401k I got covered. Yeah.
It's the old story. Close your eyes. What do you see? That's what you're getting.
At a wish sandwich.
Yeah.
Poop in one hand and dream in the other. No.
I love that from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Oh, you didn't have to get me anything for Christmas. Oh, doggone it. He guessed what he's getting. Yeah. Nothing. You didn't have to get me nothing for Christmas. Well, golly, you were right. We didn't get you anything. So Chris has himself a new puppy. That's when I was talking to him on the phone today. He had his 8-week-old. It's a white lab. Oh, you're muted somehow. We're not hearing you, Chris.
Not hearing me?
I heard that.
English retriever.
Yeah, you're cutting in
English
and out.
golden retriever. English golden retriever.
Golden.
English cream golden retriever.
Cool.
Kind of the color of Sty's beard.
You know.
Golden gray. Well, you said he was a puppy.
I was going to say, yeah, this is a silver mine. This ain't no gold mine.
Or she's the buff. She's the buffy cream color. She's not the golden color.
That's right.
Good night, Will Rocker.
Yeah, you have a good night, Will. I've had 420 brownies. Didn't realize that's what I was having. It's kind of like Phil's accidental gummy situation.
Oh, it wasn't accidental. It was accidental how much it was in it. I didn't realize that was ago. Like that little bitty square was go woo.
Well, that was it. Is that brownie I ate? You know, I could tell by the texture and the flavor, but I thought, yeah, well, you know, it's just one brownie. Found out that was just a brownie that they hadn't finished cutting into 4 pieces.
Right.
Yeah, so I ate what they said should have been 4 brownies. I ate them all at one time.
If you're going to take the time to cut brownies, you should cut them into the right portions.
In the first place.
Right.
All right.
Only makes sense. Unless you're purposely trying to fuck someone up.
Yeah.
Let's leave the big one on top of the plate for the old man. I bet you he'll come by and just take the biggest one right off the top. It might have been a setup. It might have been a setup.
If it would have been anybody but my youngest son, I would second guess that, yeah, it might have been a setup. But my youngest boy, nah, he's tight with that stuff.
He's tight with it stuff. He ain't giving up his 420 brownies.
No. I mean, I could make a perfectly innocent comment like, you know, hey, son, can you help me out? I'm in a pinch. And he goes, you ain't even getting a pinch. Back off. You ain't getting What? No, that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah. Did you take a pinch? You son of a bitch. Stay out of my stuff. Yeah. That's the way it is, you know. You go buy your own. Yeah. I told him, I said, I'm not buying any from anybody but you. And he goes, I'm not your dealer. And I said, well, then give it to me. He says, why do you insist on me being involved? And I said, because when I get busted, guess whose name I'm going to drop? Damn right. I'm getting out on a plea bargain. Damn right. I'm too old to spend too much time in jail. Those beds are hard, man. I wonder if they throw me in jail, do they have to let me use my CPAP machine?
Oh.
I would think so, eh?
I didn't see anybody in jail with a CPAP. I mean, I don't think so.
It could be a death sentence. Yeah. Guess what? You
just don't sleep as well.
That's what kills you. It's when you got a heart condition, like, you know, I never thought of that, man. Throw you in jail. Your first night in, you got to go without CPAP, I'm sure. The second night, they're saying, well, sorry, we'll see how you do, kind of thing. Oh,
yeah. That'd be weird. Because then they'd have to supply you with a distilled water, a way to sanitize it. I mean, they get cable TV in there, so I'm sure you get to use your CPAP machine.
If it's medically necessary.
They got better cable TV than we got.
Well, that's it. That's it. My youngest boy, he spent a little time in the crapper, and I went to visit them, and I'm looking in their day room, and I'm going, oh my God, they got a 65-inch screen there, and they're scanning channels. I go, what in the hell? He says, oh yeah, we got the whole package. We got everything. And I said, that ain't right. That ain't right. He goes, oh, we don't just have all the cable networks. We've got Netflix and we got the Disney Channel. I said, the Disney Channel, you bunch of fucking clowns. I said, who in the hair's watching the Disney Channel? He says, oh, but they got the Avengers and stuff on the Disney Channel. I said, oh, Jesus. Star Wars. We can watch Star Wars on the Disney Channel. I said, this ain't right. You got me coming in here, giving the jail clerk $100 for your canteen so you can have pop and snacks, and you're watching that cable TV, and I can't afford that cable TV, but I got to kick out $100 so you got snacks. There was something very wrong with that whole picture.
I think they just want the visitor to stick around longer. I mean, you can sit there with him and watch cable TV and Netflix. You just can't control the remote control. You know, I mean, you're not incarcerated, so you don't get to operate the remote control.
Yeah. I haven't sat in the can but a couple times in my life, but the last time was pretty funny. They booked me, and I knew the jailer, and I knew all them guys. I knew all the cops, and it was just a misfortunate, as far as I'm concerned, misunderstanding.
Everyone in there is innocent.
Yeah, everybody's innocent until proven guilty, and you still haven't proved it to me, right? Well, so they go through all the booking crap and everything. They get me in my orange pajamas and send me to my cell, right? Well, it's kind of a full house, and they said, "You're in luck. We got one cell left. It's a double occupancy, so you'll be sharing a cell with a guy," which was kind of cool though, because you each had your own tiny little cell with a bunk in it, and a shared little front room with the stainless steel table that's bolted to the floor. And one shower in the corner with no shower curtain, of course. It's just a shower in the corner. And so they get me to the cell, and the jailer opens up the cell, lets me in, and I look, and the guy that's in the cell, he didn't like seeing me at all, because I was partying, getting his ass thrown in there for 11 months. And I'm like, ooh, this ought to be interesting with this boy. Oh, it got interesting real quick, because as soon as that jailer locked that cell, he walks over. Just outside the bars is a television on a cart. And this young kid, he's in his 20s. He's sitting there at that table watching TV. That jailer goes over and he unplugs that TV, starts going down the hall with it. That kid starts screaming, "Where are you going with my damn TV?" He says, "I had to be on the best behavior for 3 months to earn the right to watch TV, and you're taking it away. What did I do?" He goes, "You didn't do nothing, but that guy, this is his first night in here. There ain't no way in hell he's watching TV." Put the monkey right on my back. Right away, that kid goes, "Lost my frickin' TV?" Uh-huh. "You see the condiments on that table? I've been saving them for 3 months from my crappy ass meals. That's the only thing that makes those meals edible. You touch one packet of mustard or ketchup or honey, he says, we're going to have a big brawl in here. He says, in fact, he says, you don't use the table. You can eat your meals in your cell. I looked at him and I said, you don't want to go there. I said, you could be polite about this, and you'd be surprised. I'll, work with you. I said, I'm only here till about 8 o'clock in the morning. And he goes, that ain't happening. Nobody comes in here at this time of the evening and gets out at 8 o'clock in the morning. He was pissed. They woke him up at 6, making all kinds of freaking noise, opening up the cage and saying, Sty, get your shit together. You're out of here at 6 o'clock in the morning. That kid goes, Jesus Christ, take my TV. Then you wake me up in the middle of the night. The kid was all pissed off. And I stepped out and I told the jailer, I'd close that real quick. That kid's pissed. I said, oops. And that kid starts yelling down the hall. Why the hell's he get out? Why? How come he's getting out so early? And gotta know people, buddy.
Yeah. Only paid for your gas, Sty.
What's that?
If you would have only paid for your gas, you wouldn't have been in that
Hey.
predicament.
I've never been a drive-off. No.
I'm going back to that one. About a year ago, you had that one incident?
Oh, that. Where I had to pay for somebody else's damn gas.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. There's a video out there. There's a Sty story out there about that.
I know. I think that was the last time I was on your live stream
panel or on a live stream. Yeah, that was upsetting. That was upsetting. I mean, my God, I still today I just don't get it. How the hell could that be my gas? And I told him, I said, go out there, grab the hose from the pump you're charging me for, and try to reach my damn truck with it. We don't want to hear it. You could have moved your truck for all we know. Well, then your security cameras would show me moving my truck. We don't need to look at those. That's the only pump that hasn't been paid for. I said, then somebody paid for my gas, so I'm going to leave without paying. They paid for my gas. That was nice of them. It's a shame they stole that other tank of gas off that other pump. Ain't my problem. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Bubba. He has found me. He treats me with a lot of respect, that fella in that jail. Yeah. Actually, I did him a big favor. When he got out of jail, see, it was pretty embarrassing for me when I got tossed in jail that time, because at that time I was an executive for a fairly good-sized Native American tribe, and when he got out of jail, he showed up at my office, and he's standing outside my office door looking in. I looked up, and there he is standing there. I thought, oh, is he going to be a problem? And he starts laughing. He goes, how many people here know where you were? I went like this. Come here, you little bastard. You gonna nobody here knows what happened that night. Come here. I got him in my office, and he walked out with a job. I put him to work, and it worked out good for him. I mean, I got him a job that was paying him $17 an hour, and today he saw his opportunities, and every time I told him, I said, there's an open door, you might want to grab it, and he'd go in that open door. And now he works for their natural resources department. He's making $26 an hour. He's got an awesome retirement put together, but he sure hated me for that one night in jail.
One night.
Yeah, and they let him out early. They let him out at 8 months. He had 11, and he served 8. And I saw him about a week or two after they had let him out and put him to work. I created a little bit of inconvenience or discomfort, but he didn't hold it against me when I said, "Hey, I think I got a job for you. We'll put you to work." And he asked me, "Well, why in the hell would you do that?" And I said, "To keep you out of that place so you can watch TV." Yeah. Don't want you to have to go without TV, I bet you that boy now, with what he's making per hour, $26 an hour, I bet you he's watching a 65-inch TV, surround sound, the whole 9 yards. And he's got he's got full jail cable, I bet, too. He can afford it.
And ain't no one carting it away from him. Unless he's got it on a cart and his wife can take it away.
Yeah. The old lady's coming in.
You're done watching TV for the night.
Yeah. Our son misbehaved today, so there's no TV. Wait, I didn't do nothing. No, the kid did, though. TV's got to go. I had my ex-wife actually say that once. I got all my kids in the living room, and I'm sitting there in my recliner. I'm watching a TV program, and she walks in, picks up the remote, shuts it off. I go, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Them kids got in trouble today. I told them no TV tonight. They don't get no TV tonight." I said, "Then send them to their rooms or something, because I'm watching TV." She says, "No TV. Nope. She says, "Maybe after the kids go to bed." What's this maybe stuff? I thought. I wasn't there. I wasn't part of their shenanigans. She was using the kids to punish me. I mean, yep. I told the kids no TV tonight. But wait a minute, that's not their TV. That's mine.
That's right.
It's still a TV. Nope, them kids can't watch it. Shut it off.
Well, what if your wife had said no sex tonight to you?
I'd say, well, why is tonight so different?
Why is tonight any different than any other night?
Yeah.
Tonight you're just announcing it, right? Okay. Jeez.
Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, you just wanted to verbalize something that's already known, That's like, she'd see me fall off a ladder or something, and she'd go, "Well, that was stupid." And I always told her, "You think I need you to tell me that?
You gotta love
I already know how stupid that was. I don't need you saying it. Just
falling off a ladder happen a lot to you, Sty, or
no. But when it does, it's usually something I did stupid. Kind of like Phil up in the birch tree, thinking he's got shaga, and he's sawing and sawing and sawing.
Hold on. Thinking someone told
I told you it looks like it, but I didn't realize how hard you were working at trying to get that thing off the shaga. Ain't that hard?
I spent my first week on freaking COVID stay at home, climbing up fucking trees and getting on ladders and cutting trees down, trying to get this damn.
He's gonna go grab his wish it was thought shaga. I wish it was shaga.
Trying to get this freaking burl off the side of a damn tree. That looks apparently, on YouTube, this looks like shaga. Apparently,
that side of it does, yeah.
Mother.
Ended up being lipstick on a pig, didn't it?
I'm telling you, man. I still got all 4 pieces. Nobody took me up on my offer.
Nobody took you up, eh?
Nobody took me up on my offer for the blonde shaga. It's rare. I'm telling you.
It's
blonde shaga is rare.
That is rare.
The medicinal purposes of this are out of this world.
People that really love shaga and they're good shaga hunters see that and they go, "God, I'd love to have a piece of that shaga, but I don't want to have to harvest it." That's to have a piece of that blonde colored shaga. That is, that's something. Just think of the tea have you tried making tea with that?
No. It's for sale. I don't want to do anything that would, cause it to be not lose its value.
Oh,
Nothing plus
right.
nothing
Yeah.
is nothing.
Hey, Colin.
What's up, Colin? And then here Sty is. He gets on an old rotten white birch log and finds a big chunk of it at the end of a white birch log. Damn near, he snaps a tree in half, falling on his ass. He
I
just
almost
falls
broke my
into
ass.
Shaga. Here I am searching for Shaga, climbing trees, cutting trees, and it just falls in his lap.
I actually wish you could play that intro clip. I mean,
I reached for my mouse. I did.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah. Gotta do it at least once. Something. There we go.
Oh, fucking son of a bitch! Oh, Jesus H. Christ. Now that doesn't happen often, but when it does, it pisses you off.
Yep.
How about when the chair collapsed underneath you? You got that on videotape?
Yeah, I don't have that clip on my StreamYard here, so yeah, that one was the one that actually hurt. I mean, I thought I busted my tailbone on that one. That ground was so hard.
How hard was it?
It was hard enough. It was hard enough that it would have made her happy, but yeah, shit, yeah. The one almost got me up dancing. Shake it. I went back and I looked at it. And you know how Ann is so good at throwing punchlines on anything she hears or sees. But she wanted so bad for me to have said, "Oh, my ass hurts," or something, I went back and looked at the raw footage. I don't say nothing about that. I just said it after I kind of walked away. I said, "Oh, that hurt," rubbing my ass. But yeah,
got something down there for you, Sty.
You do
in the basement.
Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Let's see here. See if I can operate this thing. Nope. Come on, man. Can you see the picture?
Yeah.
Okay.
This video, learn how to get rid of a sty fast and maybe even overnight.
Seems quiet.
Types of styes that are out there and the different treatments that work. Let's take a look. See what happens.
There it is.
That monstrous piece of sugar.
Oh, that fucking son of a bitch! Oh, Jesus H. Christ. Now that doesn't happen often, but when it does, it pisses you off.
That was just too good. He did a good job of clipping that together.
Yeah, I didn't cut the clip good enough, and I was in a hurry. I should have kept the best part about that when you crashed on the log. I forget what the end that next part was right after you crashed, but it was like, but I only had like half of that part. It was like, I need to go through it better.
That incident was, I didn't want to miss a trick on that video, and that video was about the Shaga dilemma and how I get ripped on all the time. Oh, you're out there raping nature. You're stealing the Mother Nature's Shaga and you're going to kill it all off and everything, So I wanted this video to kind of make that point that, no, I'm not out there destroying that. And there's that piece of Shaga right there on that blow down tree I'm sitting against. I knew the tree was dead. I didn't know it was that rotten. And there I am sitting on it, talking away. Get up for a minute, and as soon as I sat back down on it, there she goes. Kapow! Had to pop right up and try to keep moving with it, because, yeah. But it did trigger me to do another video titled "Watch Your Step." How I got a bad habit of stepping where I shouldn't.
Hi, look familiar.
Oh, there's the water, the infamous water. I haven't looked lately at Walmart. I love that water. The lemon's really good.
That's I gotta go. I can't. Our Walmart isn't carrying the lemon. They've got quite a few of the other flavors.
Yeah, I haven't looked.
I've been doing the mandarin orange a lot.
See, I haven't been getting that water at Walmart because it's god dang heavy. I mean, and I gotta haul that crap into my building here across the parking lot and upstairs. So I found out that these people sit out in the smoke shack out there and they'll watch me leave in my truck and come back from Walmart. They're out there making bets with each other whether or not I got to make 2 trips up to my apartment or not. If I bought too much to carry in one trip, and that's pretty bad, when you start finding out that you got an audience making bets on just how old is he,
Well, Phil and I got another one all the time.
You like my outtakes better than Bill Dance's? Oh man, I got Bill Dance's blooper video. I think I got 3 of them. I mean, Bill Dance had some issues that were just to die for. I laugh so. The one, it makes me cringe, but I laugh so hard when he tripped and he goes hand first, both hands, right into a big tackle box full of lures. He lands both hands in that tackle box. He stands up and he shakes his hands, and there's lures stuck in him all over his hands. He's full of hooks, fish hooks. I was laughing so damn hard. That one, and when he hit the paper wasp nest with his fishing pole, and that sucked, them damn bees attacked him on the boat. Yeah. And he jumps in the water. And I remember his cameraman. He's yelling at his cameraman. If you fall in the water with a $10,000 camera again, he says, you're going to have to find a new job. No more than said that guy falls off a embankment, slides down right into this lake with this big old $10,000 camera. And Bill Dance is just raising holy hell over it. It was pretty funny. Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
That's pretty funny. Hi, Lizzie Ann. Sweetie.
All right, I have to ask a question because I have so much Wi-Fi going on in my house right now. Am I buffering a little, or is Sty buffering a little?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't noticed any buffering on my side.
It might be me watching.
I'm on the StreamYard.
Yeah.
Because I know I got 3 people tied into directly into
your
the internet. Here. So, they are there. The noises and the sounds here. It's like, geez, oh Pete. Yeah, it's on my end. Then crazy man. Yeah, my kids have got this stuff. Now that we got another one back in the house, I did have an Ethernet cord at one point in time. It was me and one other person. Now there's 3 Ethernet cords, and I don't have one.
So you don't have a direct internet. You don't have.
And I haven't, and for the most part, I haven't needed it down here in the basement. As long as only 1 or 2 people were using it.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi was plenty.
I haven't been hooked up to an Ethernet cord in months.
Yeah.
But when I see you lag a little bit and no one else is seeing you lag, I'm thinking, uh-oh. I gotta start worrying about it.
See, the only thing I use Wi-Fi for in my house is my phone. And nope, the second computer is now hardwired. I got, I direct Ethernet for both of my computers. If I use my laptop, that's Wi-Fi. But yeah, I decided I'm just going to hardwire them all, hardwire everything.
Yeah, I got my laptop plugged in so it stays charged, and I got my microphone and my iPhone charger and my mouse thing, and I got all this other stuff. So I got wires all over the place, just not one giving me the signal.
Internet, yeah. Everything's plugged. Everything's plugged in except the internet cable. Yeah, makes sense.
Sure, right?
So Samantha, was that camera easy to hook up?
Yeah, like you said, it was just plug in and go.
Good. I was hoping, had my fingers crossed. They said that it was supposed to be a non-issue plug and play.
Yeah, there's a tripod and it can clip onto your monitor too.
Was it Logitech?
Did it? No, it's not a Logitech.
It's a I don't even think it says what brand it is on here. Hang on. Nope. Doesn't even say what kind it is.
Well, I'll see if I.
It's just an HD USB video camera is all it says. Hang on, let me see.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
It's. Hell, I never even noticed that. It doesn't say what brand it is.
Nope.
It doesn't. Yeah, it does. I never even noticed that. I was so busy reading the specs on it and making sure that it would spec out and do what I wanted it to do. And I want to beat them up.
Well, see, there's
now they got it for $10 less on a Cyber Monday special. It pissed me off, the buggers. Do that. They always do that to me. I always buy the shit the day before it goes on sale, or I go to get it the day after they're all gone. This guy, Cheesehead, a couple times has said, "Hey, you better go check your Walmart. They got such and such on clearance." Like that. And I run out to my Walmart and they go, "Oh yeah, the last one just went out the door." What did the guy look like? I'll mug him out there in the parking lot. Doggone it. Yeah. Hey, we'll see you, Tim. You have a good night.
What a difference.
What did you do to your camera, Phil?
Well, that was I went back to my old camera that I used to have before I bought this Logitech a few months back. And to look at that and look at this, holy mackerel, what a difference. The resolution, the whole thing looked like it's like gray, and it's just, you think you buy a $1,600 computer and they'd have a decent freaking camera on it?
No.
Oh,
they don't care when it comes to the camera.
Hell no. It's not. Yeah. So this definitely looks a lot better, a lot crisper, a lot clearer, especially since YouTube on YouTube, but StreamYard upgraded to beyond 720. So
yeah. Well, that's like for me now. I've had a lot of people say, "Well, hey, you're using Logitech, right?" No, this is a Logitech clone is what it is. It's an Aki, and it costs me a little less not a lot less, but a little less than half the price of a Logitech. So I just went with that Aki and kind of roll of the dice, see if it would work out. And most of the time, it performs well. It does a good job. But I've been looking at Logitech myself. I don't know if I'll go that way or not. But I figure by January I might go. I'm thinking of getting the C922 Logitech. They're $120.
That's what this one is.
Yeah. A C922?
Yeah. I bought a C920 and didn't realize that Mike bought the 22. Didn't realize they had a better version. So I sent the 20 back and got the 22. So
that's like they've got the 930. But I look at the reviews and try to balance stuff out. It's like going with the GoPro 7 instead of the 8. I really wanted the 8, but there were features that just didn't interest me. And I thought, well, I'll save almost $100 going with the 7. So there you go, hell nuts.
Well, if you notice B Wizzle's comment in there, best taste of nuts I've had in a long time, Wizzle.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me, Sty. I gotta get out of here.
Good night.
You betcha. Dinner time, isn't it?
Good night. Well, I got sound check in 40 minutes. So
oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sweetie. Hey, thanks for being here.
Have a good one, you guys.
You bet. We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Phil got them hell nuts. And it's real obvious he's been snacking on them. That jar's starting to get
2 days worth of snacking. Well, you can just, I don't want to get the powder and stuff on my hand, so it's just like, it's really easy to.
It's really tough for me at this point to watch people snacking and eating on my streams or anybody else's streams, because between now and Thursday, my whole diet is nothing but carrots, celery, cauliflower, broccoli, period, and coffee.
Bye.
Because I got a doctor's appointment on Thursday. So I'm trying to fast and keep my carbs under control, real low, or at least.
So you're gonna get a bad reading because you're eating a different diet than what your normal diet is. So they won't be able to detect what the hell's really wrong with you because you're eating freaking like a rabbit.
Do you want the truth? Do you want the truth? I'm lying to the doctor. I'm lying to the doctor. I'll admit it. You're damn right. I'm lying to the doctor.
Now you're gonna write her a letter.
Might as well.
She won't believe you. No, the thing is
send her the clip of the video.
When she sees my test results, I can see the look on her face right away, and she'll go, "Yeah, right, yeah, right," and she'll say, with some of my meds, she'll say, "Yeah, they're staying right where they are, but I know damn well that this one should be increased or that should be increased," and because she knows me too well, she knows that I'm going to prep. My biggest concern is the blood sugar.
Doctor's appointment.
That's it. My biggest concern is the blood sugar, and I should have done this for the last 3 weeks or month, because my A1C is not going to affect it enough, because that gives you a 3-month profile, and just having one good eating behavior week is not going to affect that 3-month profile. I spent 2.5 months eating the worst shit in the world. But I'm all prepared for Friday.
But if you go in and you have a bad appointment and they prescribe you a stronger dose that you don't really need, or maybe you do need, I mean, would that be something that would actually be good because you'd be getting the right amount if it doesn't cost you more money?
Well,
Just a thought.
Yeah, for me, it's a horse apiece. I want to keep my costs right where they are. I don't want her to change any of my meds. They obviously seem to be working for me. I feel good. I feel really good. In relation to any of the symptoms that my health condition give me, So I'm hoping she'll just say, yeah, we'll just leave you where you are. But I got a gut feeling she's going to say, yeah, I want you back on insulin over the winter. And I'm just going to, I'm going to tell her, no, don't do that. I'm going to end up with a bunch of lows. I'm going to end up in a coma or some shit because I'm going to be out there snowshoeing this winter. So I'm going to be out there burning all those carbs off. So you can't put me on insulin. That'll screw me all up. I think, and she is good. The problem is I got to get a new test kit where I can buy the strips dirt cheap because my current One Touch strips, I mean, they're $54 for 25 of the damn things. And so I don't check my blood sugar unless I think it's low or I think it's extremely high. Otherwise, I don't regularly check my blood sugars. Just can't afford the strips. So they put me on insulin. Then I got to have the strips. But I got the paperwork. I dropped that off to them Thursday. She said, we might be able to put you on a sliding scale with your retirement income until you get Medicare. And I said, yeah, okay, if you put me on a sliding scale, some things I might be able to afford, but there's no way in hell I can afford insulin because my insulin at the last prescription I had ran me $600 a month. But that I was insured at the time, so that wasn't such a big deal. I think my copay was $5. Now it's out of pocket $600. Oh shit, that's half my income. Bullshit. I ain't buying that stuff. No.
Well, I loved after knowing about your insulin when some said president with orange hair happened to say he was going to reduce insulin prices to where it was as cheap as water. Should be. If you're dependent on insulin, the fact that you'd have to pay $600 for insulin is ridiculous.
And that's cheap because that's where I was at the last time I was on insulin. I go back to when I first went out to camp back in 2014. 2012, 13, and 14. At that time, my insulin was running me about $1,400 a month.
Wow,
$1,400 a month. But I was insured at the time, so it wasn't a problem. But if I ever got back to that insulin level again, there ain't no way. There's just no way. And the thing is you can get insulin in other countries, the same insulin, made by the same damn company, and it's less than 25% of the cost we pay for it here. And that's what Trump was talking about is that he wanted to open it up with this fair trade deal on medications so that knock that damn price down to the lowest price you can get in the world, and for good reason. Hey, Grandpa's Adventures, it's great to see you, bud. To
me, insulin's like charging $10 a gallon for gas. Know you're going to need it, So hey,
you're going to pay it or you ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, that's screwed up.
And that's they keep talking about. It's just like the COVID relief. We need to pay for this due to COVID, and that due to COVID because there's people dying from COVID. Well, there's a lot of people dying from diabetes too. A lot of them. Boy, the stats on people dying from the symptoms of diabetes is scary. And what's he saying? I remember when EpiPens were $160 for the required 2-pack. Yeah. I get a 4-pack and it costs me $600, $587 for a pack of 4 EpiPens of insulin. But I can get the same insulin that I have to use in a bottle and buy the syringes, and it's one-time use syringes, and I can cut that price almost in half. But I'll tell you what, that crap has to remain refrigerated. Now my other insulins, the other 2 that I would take in EpiPens, the minute you open the pen and use the first injection, from that point on, that EpiPen lasts a minimum of 28 days, non-refrigerated. So it works great for an outdoors guy like me. I mean, I can take my pens with me and I don't have to worry about the refrigeration and blah, blah, blah. You store it refrigerated until you open it and use it. Then once you've used it, it doesn't have to be refrigerated any longer, and it lasts for 28 days. On the 28th day, you take your last dose off of that pen, throw it away, and start a fresh pen. But yeah, hey, Raven, good to see you.
It's funny when you sit here and explain this insulin stuff. It sounds like a racket. I'm glad I don't know about it because it irritates me.
It is irritating because, I tell you what, and that's a discussion that I'll probably have in my new show starting in January. That'll probably be a topic one night is the world without insulin. I've had to live in a world without insulin and need it. You got to learn to live around it and change your behaviors extremely to control it. But there's no reason to not have insulin affordable and available to people. I mean, hey, Lorna Jones, it's great to see you. Great to see you. Hey, guys. Well, Phil's off. Oh, there he is. He's back. So what? Who cares? I got to play this so that some of the folks that weren't here earlier get to see it. These are all my great members out there. That's a list of a bunch of great folks. If you don't have those channels, by the way, search them out. Go check them all out. They're all wonderful people. Now, we were talking about insulin, and I was whining about the price of it and all that. And the last time I even brought the whole insulin issue up on a panel, I had people messaging me and saying, "Oh, Sty, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're not wrong, and or you're not right, you're all wrong, and blah 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 blah." Okay, I've been diabetic for now it's 27 years. Okay, I'm in my 27th year of being diabetic. And there's my prescription. I'm not going to show you all my details on the front, but that's my prescription. And guess what? I've got one pen left. I got one pen. And I got this, last time I filled this prescription was 18 months ago. I filled it 18 months ago. The expiration on this is August 31st of 2021. That's how long this stuff lasts. As long as it's kept refrigerated, this stuff, the expiration dates on it are usually about 2 years out. You know, when you get a new prescription, they'll last 2 years in your refrigerator. And it says right on the box, use within 28 days after initial use. And why do I have one pen in this box and I went a year and a half without any insulin? Well, it's because I've been uninsured. And I hold this one pen because the minute I use this pen, I got to throw it away in 28 days. So the reason this pen even sits here is in case I have such a high level that if I don't take a good hit of insulin to get that blood level down, I might not make it to the hospital. That's why I hang on to that pen. I know it was suggested, and it was because people didn't understand, and they didn't understand my reaction to it. And my reaction seemed harsh, and it was because that just because you know somebody with diabetes doesn't mean you know a thing about insulin and its effects on diabetes. You really don't, unless you've been there and done that. Now, people said, well, Sty, you can go to Walmart. They've got insulin there for $25 a bottle. Well, actually, it's $24.65. And if I use that insulin, I'll be dead in 4 days. I cannot use the human-based insulin that Walmart sells for $25 because it will react to me so dramatically that my blood sugars could crash right to the point where it puts me in a diabetic coma and kills me. And I've used that insulin because of being strapped. And I thought, well, that's cheap, $25. You bet. That well, you got to use your own syringes and stuff, but that's cheap, $25. Well, if I use that insulin, yeah, I'm just writing my own death certificate. So, and the thing is I had people telling me, oh, no. You know, I'll tell you what, it's my life and I don't want to lose it. I am not going to take the advice of other people when it comes to my insulin intake, what types of insulins I use, and how much. My whole diabetic history is proven. So, the last thing I need is any diabetic advice at this stage of the game. After 27 years, if I haven't got it figured out, I'm a lot fucking dumber than I thought I was. Yeah. Yeah. So, but I do like to say, and I do take a little pride in it, that you can, to a degree, manage your diabetes to a great degree. You can manage it with lifestyle, and not be as dependent on things like insulin. And it's a whole different story when you talk about type 2 diabetes versus type 1 diabetes. People a lot of times don't understand that those two different types of diabetes are like night and day. Type 1 diabetes is childhood onset diabetes, and those people typically don't live past their 40s. They spend their whole lives diabetic and very extreme. So, yeah. But
thanks for having me on. I gotta go.
You gotta go. He's gotta go. But well, that's good. You better go before you wet that chair.
Well, that's the little one that's got to go.
Oh, yeah. You got to potty train that puppy.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for hanging out, Chris. You know, like I told you, you betcha we'll get you the link.
So, you guys, thank you.
Have a good one. Yeah. Be Whizzle. Yeah, that in my family, there's several people that had it. Yeah. Can only eat type 2 diabetic people.
Keep my levels up.
Back off. Back off. Go eat some peppers.
That
was one thing.
They're helping. I don't know.
That was one thing that my doctor did tell me. She said, yeah, you can eat all the peppers you can handle. She says, because you'll never be able to eat enough of those, drive your blood sugar up. I did tell her, though, that guess what? Those peppers come in these great big chocolate bars now. You know? No, she said.
And then she's like, well, maybe we have to rethink this.
Yeah, she said, stick with the peppers. Nothing that they're in.
Because it's kind of like chocolate with peppers instead of peppers with chocolate.
Yeah, there's a lot more chocolate than peppers involved.
I mean, if you got a chocolate covered pepper, that'd be one thing. But to get,
you have a good night, James.
Peppers.
Yeah. Now, who was it that was talking the other day that? Oh, that was Shane that was talking. He wants to take a bunch of peppers, I think, dried peppers, and he wants to dip them in chocolate, like just chocolate dipped peppers. And he wants to come up with like a box of chocolates,
That'd be cool.
And you don't know which pepper is which because it's coated in chocolate, And I told him that how fitting. Life is like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you'll get, That would be cool.
Your ass on fire.
Yeah. This one looks small and innocent. And you find out, it's a Reaper. Yeah. Or you get one of them chocolate brown nasty bastards. But like he said, nice dehydrated ones and then dipped in chocolate. They should keep real nice. Yeah. He could start a trend there where somebody's going to market that, something like that, So life is like a box of super hot chocolates.
Well, I wonder where the problem lies in, because you think someone would have it by now. Where does the problem lie in taking a dried pepper, dipping it, leaving the stem on, dipping it, and putting it in a box? Can it get moldy? Can it get this? Where does that problem? There has to be a problem that lies somewhere for someone to not have that out yet.
Or they're trying to figure out how they can make them uniform enough, so they're consistent. Because fresh peppers, after you dry them, they can, some of them curl up, some of it, so they, because I would think if they're properly dehydrated, where they're as dry as you can get them, and then dipped in the hot chocolate, and if it's a good chocolate that sets up quick, I would think it'd be okay. I mean, for crying out loud, look at the frickin' stuff, the cherry chocolates, cordials, cherry cordials. You would think those things would get rancid inside.
Right.
Look at this guy. It's been a while. Hey, bud.
What's up, Nicholas Green?
I've been watching a lot, but I've been so busy. I don't know what's.
He's just so busy.
So, Nick, can I put you on my guest list for this late winter, January, February?
What is it?
I'm starting a new show in January. It's 3 nights a week, or 3 days a week. It's at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. But and I'm going to be having guests come up. Oh, okay. It's not going to be a regular style panel. It's just going to be me and a guest kind of thing.
Yeah, I can.
Good. I'll put you on my list, and I'll let you know once the program gets fired up. And we'll work with you on what day would work for you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm building a list of my guests for that series.
It's hard getting some people in order.
Yeah, just to get people lined up. Nicholas knows. He's been down that road. He worked really hard on a couple, and then it just never. They just couldn't fit it. They just, it happens. It happens, and it'll be just I'll do a little interview with you, and we'll have a general discussion. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, I'll come on.
Some of my episodes will be BS episodes where I get on there and I tell some Sty tales, all made up stuff, all BS.
Phil,
Yeah.
I think with that syringe with that extract, you're supposed to just put it right in your veins.
Oi! He's talking to you, Phil.
Not me.
That's why it's in the syringe, Phil. You gotta inject it.
Oh, I tell you, man, I didn't need to inject it that night, man. That stuff was that was brutal. I don't know what to be honest with you, I really don't know what I was thinking.
It was super dense, and that when it's dark like that, it's like.
Well,
the Scoville level on that is a misnomer. I mean, I wish they could come up with a scale that was raw pepper Scovilles that are extracts, Scovilles that are whatever, because when those I swear to God, those Scoville units are enhanced when it becomes an extract. I mean,
well, again, the 6 million Scoville extract is what they use, or 9 million Scoville extract is what they use a minute amount of in order to make a gummy bear 9 million Scovilles. So my brain that night, I don't know why it wasn't thinking properly. I have no clue, but I'm seeing 6 million Scoville, and I'm thinking, well, all right, 6 million Scoville, no big deal. It's probably no hotter than a Carolina Reaper. Was my thought process for some.
Well, that's what reason. I thought when I saw
I'm squeezing that out on there. I'm realizing to myself that it's like, no, this is probably the worst thing I've ever put into my mouth. Doing this. And at that point, it was already on the spoon. I had already done everything I was going to do. And it was like, all right, here we go.
Thank you.
That's constant. I mean, that spoonful, even though it's a small, it's probably the equivalent of about 20 to 30 Reapers.
Yeah. See, and that's what I mean is that 6 million Scovilles is a misnomer, because you eat something, you get a chocolate bar and they say 6 million Scovilles. Well, that's throughout that whole chocolate bar. I mean, it's not just the extract. Now you take the 6 million Scovilles of just pure extract out, stick that shit in your mouth. That's a whole different world. When that light came on and I was watching your premiere, I'm going, no, don't do it. No, that's pure extract, man. That's got to be insane. And it was.
If I took that extract and put it into an 8-ounce batch of chocolate and made a chocolate bar out of it, it'd be hotter than anything out there that anybody's peddling that's got 30 Carolina Reapers in it, because it's extract. So not only would it make the chocolate taste like shit, which I think I said that a couple times in my video, something about it tasting like shit. But yeah, it would just give you a gut bomb. And that's what it is. You're better off to put more Carolina Reaper powder in something than you are to put extract in something.
Yeah, that's nuts.
I still.
Good night,
not gonna
Ann.
try
Is
anything
Ann
super
heading
hot.
out? Good night, sweetie. She's saying, "Be Wizzle, not all there, heading to bed. Have a good night." So,
Have a good night,
Ann.
Ann.
I hope you have a good night, sweetie.
It's been killing me going to bed early, because I like when I check traps, I like going like real early before hunters or anything. And
Oh
you
yeah,
can't really beat a lot of hunters because you'd have to be out there at dark. But
yeah.
I like checking them early, so I've been going to bed early. Cause I set some more today for making muskrat, and I pulled all my coyote sets, because it's the private property where everyone hunts, like the Amish.
Oh,
so I
yeah.
just don't want to like intervene with like them hunting, so I pulled them.
Yeah, having to
Yeah,
deal with the hunters at the same time.
Did you see the skunk that was in my room that I've been tanning?
What?
I've had a skunk in my room that I've been tanning, and it smells terrible.
What?
You want to see it?
Sure,
Well,
show
yeah, I
them.
want to see it.
Here, I'll
Show
make
them
it so
the
you can
skunk.
see the squeaky chair.
We're getting set up here.
I helped a friend of mine tan a couple of skunks that he wanted to make hats out of.
Oh, tan. Okay. I thought he had a skunk back there with a light, and he was kind of laying
with
back
a
there
with a sun
tan.
lamp. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
My skunk's getting a nice tan.
His white's turning into a nice brown. He's like black and brown. He's black and brown now.
Well,
Nice.
that's a nice pelt.
That'd make a great hat.
Yeah.
Here it is. And I tanned
Yeah.
it, so it's
Yep. Nice and flexible.
Does it smell?
it's not like it was. It was because it sprayed whenever I I dispatched it, but I used a sassafras tanning paste. You can see what it looks like there now, but
Yeah.
I mean it's all wavy, and I
Yeah.
haven't stretched it for 2 days, so my guess is that it's tanned. They said now to get like corn husk and rub it in there and get the oil out. It was a 2-week process for this stuff because it's the cheap stuff. It's not like the really good tan.
Right.
So it's taken a while.
Takes a
I
little
need to
while.
borrow that and put it on my remote control car and take it to work.
I got a raccoon down there. No, I work too. I'll probably have muskrats tomorrow. But I already have a squirrel that I tanned, and then my weasel's up there. That thing is so small.
Your weasel's so small, eh?
Okay, listen. No.
I think your lady problem.
Yeah, he was showing off. He was showing off a weasel one night there, and yeah, that's.
I've shown you guys this already, and you've said stuff about it.
Yeah, Ann had a lot to say about that. Yeah.
Yep. It's so.
Yeah.
I mean, here's a female gray squirrel that I tanned.
Oh, that's a good size one.
And
Okay.
there's the weasel.
Yeah.
So it's small, but it's
I-
one, I guess. So.
I'll never forget when I was out in Montana. I ran a trap line one winter, kind of seriously, and I was trapping so many ermine, it was pitiful. But
They said it was pizza money.
I was selling the ermine at that time. It was nice because I could sell the pelts tailless. Just sell the pelt, keep the tail, then I'd sell the tails. And based on tail versus hide sales, I got more for the tails than I did for the whole hide.
Really?
And if I sold the hide with the tail on it, they didn't pay me any more for having the tail on it. So the hell with it. I cut the tails off, and I found a market for the tails. Craftspeople want to get their hands on those ermine tails.
Don't they use it as like a, whatever you say, like a I don't know, like an edge or something
Yeah, yeah. They'll edge like a breastplate or it's
Imagine
for
how rich you'd be back then if you had a full weasel coat.
oh yeah, yeah. Hey, they over in Europe for years, judges would wear ermine robes. They're nothing but white weasel robes, and because it's represented purity or some damn thing. But can you imagine how many of them little frickin' weasels it took to make a coat?
I mean, especially one like I have there. Holy cow!
Yeah,
I know.
It
I
took a
mean,
lot
like
of them.
on average, you're like that, but
Yeah.
some of them.
The
Like
so
that.
Phil, you got to be getting out of here, eh?
Yeah, normally I would have gone to bed. I'd have gone out of here at 10 o'clock, but we were doing good. We were, talking and having a good time and everything. It just, even after I get off of here, it usually takes me a half hour, 45 minutes or more before I get to bed. So
that's what I was thinking. Is you need your wind down time too.
Yeah.
Totally.
You don't probably sleep quite as much as you used to. I don't know what happened.
I'm trying to perk up a little bit. Try to keep things interesting enough that people don't crash on me.
The boy's here now.
Yeah, there's trouble. There's trouble.
Yep.
Yeah. Trouble's never far away.
He's only trouble 80% of the time.
Only
80%, right. Right. The other 20%, he's just a nuisance.
Okay. The other 20% can't be proven.
That's right.
Can't be proven. There you go. Yep. Oh, Raven, thank you. Thank you, buddy. I'm waiting for my StreamYard to catch up here. There it goes. Thank you, Raven. Thank you.
So what town are you in right now there, Running Water?
I'm down by Asheville, North Carolina.
Oh, so you're home.
No, Asheville.
Oh, okay, never mind.
North Carolina.
Never mind.
North Carolina.
North Carolina. All right, gotcha. North Carolina.
Yeah.
That should have been a little hint there.
A little bit, just a little bit.
It's a little ways from Wisconsin.
Around the corner from home.
Actually, the funny part is Asheville is probably about 30 or 45 minutes away from mother-in-law's other place in Boone, North Carolina. So Boone's like 30, 45 minutes from there. It gets north, but yeah.
Oh, B Wizzles down there in Charlotte.
There you go. Oh, Charlotte ain't close. I mean, it's closer than being in another state, but I would guess Charlotte's probably another 7 miles from Asheville.
It's a good bit down the road. I'm not going that far into the state.
Yeah, 7, maybe 10 miles. Because I remember from Boone, I think it took us 10 hours. Was it 10 hours? 7 hours or something that we took to go out to the Sound, to go out to the coast. Because we wanted to go out to the beach. And that was a drive from Boone, North Carolina to get to the coast. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Malcolm.
But then you get, when you're out on the road, when you're driving over the road, it's tough for people to understand that for an over-the-road trucker, they go, oh, yeah, that's just down the road. And you're going, my ass, that's 7 hours from here, or 8 hours from here. And to the over-the-road driver, it's, that's just down the road. Yeah.
It's like, today was a shorter day for me. It was, just kind of a lazy day. I only went 565 miles today. It's a shorter.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's like me talking about my short days at work. Working a 9.5-hour day is better than an 11.5-hour day. So that's my short day.
It killed me to be in a cab that long. Because I'm too jumpy.
I loved it when I was driving. They'd tell us you're required to hit the 500 mark every day. You got to put in at least 500 miles every day. And we'd laugh at our safety officer and say, Are you freaking kidding me? 500 miles a day. I need to feed my family. No, 500 miles. Don't do it. Don't do it. I couldn't drive today. I could not drive today. I drove old school, and hey, Mike, anyways, Mike's back in. I I couldn't do it. I was running 3 logs back when I drove. There were times I'd come into town and have my dispatcher call and say, "Yeah, I worked it out with the safety manager. We're going to send you out with a load." And I tell them, "Well, I just got here." And they said, "Well, you've been home for 2 days." I said, "Yeah, and I just got here." And they go, "What?" And I said, "Why? I had to let my logs catch up. I just got here." And they'd say, "Well, you're leaving again today." See, I no more than got here and you're sending me back out. I was always anywhere from 3 to 7 days ahead on my logs than what I should have been. And there was a couple of times where the company said, that's it. You got to park, man. You're going to start standing out like a sore thumb. They're going to catch on, especially certain times of the year when we had to do our road taxes and stuff. And they want to know how many miles you put in. And they're trying to reconcile their books, and they're saying, "We can't show that you're home. We can't, no, you're in California right now." Oh, okay. Oops. Well, this logbook says I'm home. Yeah.
I got to get out of here, man.
You have a really good night, Phil.
Thanks for having me.
Take care of yourself, buddy. Absolutely.
Good to see you, Running Water. Good to see you, Nicholas.
See you.
Everyone in the chat. Appreciate y'all. We will see everyone tomorrow night around 9:15ish, and keep it spicy.
8:15 hit.
8:15 this time.
8:15 here.
All right, guys. Have a great night.
Love you, buddy. Keep
Bye
it
now.
spicy.
Keep it spicy.
Yeah.
I should have kept my Samsung, my $50 Walmart phone. I got a new phone because that one it kept crashing and the storage. But I got an Apple phone, and you have to have an adapter to have an auxiliary cable to it.
Yep.
It's so stupid. In order to play like music through an aux, you have to plug in this and then use it like that.
Yep. That's the way the new Samsungs are, is they just have
The Samsungs are like that?
Yeah, I've got the S20 Ultra, and all it has is that USB Type C. So I have to hook a dongle up to it if I want to, have my headset and charge at the same time, or if I want to use regular headphones. I've got a Type C headphone right now that I'm using.
That gal I was telling you about, Running Water, when we were talking about microphones, she was talking about that with her phone, that she's got a 3-port dongle for her phone.
Yeah, that's what I have.
So you got the 3-port, so she can charge, she can have her headset, or she can have her microphone, all this shit hooked up to it, but she says, yeah, you just got that C port, and you got to live with it,
Yeah, the one I have, it's it plugs into my C port, and then I've got a C port to plug my charger in. I've got the 3.5 headphone jack, the headphone and mic jack, and then I've got an HDMI port on there then also, so I can hook that up to my external video capture. So that's convenient then, because then I can hook it up to the PlayStation and record directly onto the phone instead of firing up the laptop.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Just give me a second. Ebony, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Ebony. That is awesome. Awesome. Thank you for showing up over here all the way from India. I mean, that is so awesome to have a guest in the house from India. That's I just wanted to point that out. That's really cool. That's really cool. and it is our pleasure to have you in the house. So back to whatever you want to talk about. I just have to point people out when they show up, you know.
Before I forget, I got a VR headset, a new one that they come out with, and I figured out a way to where you can live stream, but you're like an avatar with the headset. Right. So like when people are looking, you're like that avatar.
Yeah.
So I think I'm
what they
see.
Out.
Yeah.
What they see is your avatar.
But my internet is probably gonna.
Yeah, it might put
worse and worse. It's like it's dying on us.
It might put a demand. Hey, something to look into. I don't know what you pay for your internet, but
what, Starlink?
Starlink. It's a big investment up front. It's $500 just for the equipment.
I'll pay it.
And $100 a month. And I was looking at, you know, you can get all their stats on how things are going for them right now, and their rates, their download and upload rates are fan-freaking-tastic.
I've been watching it since he announced it.
And for my area, I've been in touch with them. Because I got a unique situation with camp here, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem. And I never even thought about it like a dumbass. I just didn't even think about it. What Starlink is it's HughesNet on acid. That's what Starlink is.
Really good.
You have to have a very stationary spot to mount their dish. So I was thinking, oh, geez, it'll work kind of like Verizon or something. No. It's nothing like cell phone internet service. Nothing like it. And so you have to have a really solid base to mount this dish. So I messaged them and told them I got a technical question. I really want your service. I need it for next year. And here's the scoop. And I told them I would be located at a remote campground, and I will be running a generator so that it will have clean power to it. I got a unit that cleans all the power up. There's never any spikes or brownouts or anything. So the Jenny, I don't have to worry about power fluctuations or nothing. So it's clean power. And they said, that's good. They said, yeah, you would need that. And I said, but the problem is I'm only going to be there for 4 months. And they said, we can work with you. They said, you'll have to build a base or have a tree you can mount that dish to or something. Well, no, I talked to the Forest Service and told them what I want to do. And they said, you put one of those big lag bolts in one of our trees, and guess what? You're no longer a host. They said, no, you ain't doing that shit. They said, mount it to your trailer. I said, I can't. It can't have any vibration or movement whatsoever. It has to be a rigid, solid base. Well, the Forest Service kind of helped me out. They said, hey, go out and buy yourself 4 or 2 8-foot 4x4s. Cut them in half, notch them, build a 4-legged base, and you just use 2x4 framing, and take like a 1x12, and you just cut it so you got a 12-inch square, and you mount that to the top. Then you mount that dish to the top of that. Set that stand where it's got the best view of the southern sky, and just key in your dish, and you'll run at the Forest Service says you can run your cable right to your trailer. It's not a permanent fixture. It's just part of your camp. And they said, you can't bury the cable. We don't want you digging in the ground. It'll have to lay on the ground. They said, it'll be your problem to remember not to run over it with the lawnmower. I said, okay, cool. Yeah. So that sounds like the Forest Service will allow me to set it up. So I'll have a dish.
And that,
so I got Starlink. Starlink, I asked them, I said, if I can arrange and get all that set up, then can I get your service? And they said, well, yes, but you said that you're only going to be there 4 months. What are you going to do for the other 8 months of the year? I said, nothing. I said, nothing. I said, that's my problem. They said, well, we really want people that have permanent service, right? They said, but because you're in a special case here, we could probably give you a contract where it's a seasonal contract. They said it'll probably be 5 months that we want you contracted. And 4 months of that will be out there, and 1 month of it'll be wherever you want it to be. If you can set it up somewhere else. Well, no, but I'll pay the extra month to have 4 months of unlimited. I mean, it's unlimited access. Nothing bottlenecks, nothing, no issues. And so it's going to cost me $600 walking in the freaking door, and then $100 a month, $90 a month. But to have unlimited internet, hell, I won't have to leave camp except to come home and pay the rent. That's it. I mean, I can do all my live streaming there. I can do all my uploads there, everything. I don't think I can beat that. Yeah. What were you going to say about the dish?
Yeah, the dish has an automatic tracking system in it. So wherever the
Right. That's
satellites are,
why their equipment is expensive.
Yeah.
Is because and that's why they said that you have to have good clean power to it. Because the satellite, you get it, they tell you how to set it up on a base, a roof or whatever, wherever you're mounting it. You get it set up. When you power it up, it finds the satellites for you. You don't do nothing. You just get it set up, and then it automatically will find and track the satellites for you. So how can you beat that?
And I've seen the satellites because I'm always looking like in astrology and stuff, and I looked because the one night they said they're coming by, and it was a path of like 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they come straight across, and then
yep.
Like,
wait until they
announced it. I signed up for email because in this area they don't have it yet, but they put one of their stations by here, about 20 minutes from here. They actually put one of their 6 stations in the U.S. So
I'm
hoping we can get our internet and phone is $140 a month for house phone and internet, and it's garbage.
Oh, geez, yeah, it would be so worth it for you.
Yeah.
That's what the way they responded to me is, yeah, we're going to be able. They said by spring, they said we'll be able to contract with you and send you your package.
Like on their website, did you put the email in where it said we'll get notifications when we're in your area?
Yeah. Yep. And then
did they send you an email?
Oh boy, they responded right away, and they said, because I gave them 2 zip codes. I gave them the one for Ashland, and I gave them the one for where the campground sits. And they came back and they said both zip codes are up and running.
I haven't had anything yet. I've had 3 emails in for it, and I haven't gotten anything yet. So it should be soon, though.
I was amazed when I punched those zip codes in there. I thought it's going to come back Ashland, maybe. But where that campground is, I mean, nobody lives down there. They just go camping down there. I mean, there ain't nothing for miles and miles and miles. Oh, no, that's the first one that came back. Yep. They said, yep, you can connect with us from that location.
I mean,
then,
you could go way
then
up in
it came the second
and
notification that the 54806 they said is good also. So
I mean,
so I could
going out on a mountain and having 100 times the internet than I have here. Like it's annoying, but
yeah.
And I'm sure what they'll do down the road is I'm sure of it. They'll make a mini satellite or something like that and have some kind of portable setup to where, because they know a lot of people.
That is something that's considered their phase 3, because right now they're trying to get full coverage.
Right.
To have have it. You can get it anywhere. But then they're looking at we've got the Starlink, or not Starlink, but Navlink pods that we can get on our trucks to have internet wherever we go. And it's not great internet, but if we could have the dome, the self-tracking dome, so when we park, it will zip in, lock on, and we can get better signal.
That was one thing that
putting
tech,
thousands of them up too. The satellites.
Once they get their whole array set up, that you get out there, and it doesn't have to be a fancy telescope either. It won't take much of a telescope. You'll be able to look in that telescope and see that string of satellites.
That's the one problem with them. That's the thing. Because when I first heard about it, I was like, oh wow, that's cool, and I like the internet, but they're so flashy in the sky. Like when you're trying to look at stars, and if they have that whole network, but they started painting them or something. They said they painted aside.
They want to make they're trying to tweak them to the point where they become just what they call space shadows. That you might get a shadow over a star that you're looking at for a moment as that satellite passes. It'd be shadows. You're not going to see that bright, tinny satellite going past.
Yeah, I mean, they compared to like a star I'd be looking at, even when that comet come through, those are so bright. It's like, have you ever seen the space station go by? How bright that is. And that's how bright those things are. It's crazy.
One thing I do like about Starlink's whole system is it's a low orbit system, and they can drop them puppies as they age. They can drop that sucker out of orbit so much sooner than they can with these high orbit satellites. I mean, and they can replace them, replace them as they need to. And I was wondering, everything I've read so far, why do they need so damn many of them? I mean, holy God. And actually, they don't need that many for full coverage. They need that many in case one craps out. One craps out here, one craps out there.
Or
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Yeah, they got to be able to they got to and they do wear out. They got to retire some, and there's going to be a period that this one, that one, and the other one, they're not going to be there. But we don't want to lose that service, so they have enough of them that they can have a few crap out, and it still runs like clockwork, And now they've got it finally. They're wrapping up their beta tests. It's just everything seems to be running good. Where it's cross-satellite communications now. It's not just satellite communicating to a receiver. Now it's satellite-to-satellite communication. It makes it even faster. And
they said, like, when they do the Mars mission, that would be perfect for Mars. You just put some of those up, and you can run it from here. I mean... So it is a really neat thing, because I mean, and the fact is that their whole approach on this thing is, we're putting this together, but it's going to be competitive. You're going to pay for our amazing service what you're going to pay for HughesNet. And I'm like, oh my God. And I look at their speeds and I'm like, shit, in HughesNet, 15-minute video would take me 2.5 to 3 hours to upload. And sometimes with HughesNet, especially when you'd run out of your data and you're bottlenecking, with HughesNet,
they've got peak hour data, and you're capped at so much. Use that data up. But for me at that time, if I were to upload between 2 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the morning, that 4 hours, great speeds compared to typical daytime speeds. And because they open it right up to you, right? So, but during peak hours, when you really want to do stuff, oh no, slows right the heck down. It's terrible. And you know, HughesNet served its purpose. I was glad I had it, blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you what, that I go Starlink, I'm never looking back. Hey, AOK Foraging, it's great to see ya. Great to see ya. How you doing there, Thak and Brenda?
I foraged myself a bag of acorns here.
Yeah. If I remember the date right, December 15th. AOK Foraging and Adventures she's having a live stream, and she's got a group of us guests that she's invited to be on her panel, and they're going to we're going to discuss multi-generational issues, and kind of like what you and I were talking about there. Nick, when you and I were talking about, we should do a stream, the young and old kind of thing, you know. And so Thak is going to get. Oh yeah, Thak's saying getting ready for bed. Yes, I will be my special guest December 15th. That it's going to be awesome. It's going to be a great discussion because she's going to have multi-generations on the panel, and we're going to talk about, from what I understand, we'll talk about things of the past, current situations versus the future, what we see of the future from the perspectives of different generations, you know, how things were, how things are, how things will be kind of thing. I think it's going to be an awesome. Thak is saying, look into the past for our future. And that's so true. That's so true. You know, I did a video. I think the title of it was "Wisdom of the Past." Sometimes you gotta stop and think about what the old timers had said. If anybody's read Walden, that's one thing I didn't like about that book was his position is don't take the advice of old farts. You know, the past has nothing to do with your future. And I'll tell you what, thinking to the past and some of the experiences of the people of the past got me to my future. So I think the fella's totally wrong. You got to apply your new ideas to past practices. It goes a long ways. Yeah.
That's the only advice I take.
I saw Starlink's dish. Running water. That Starlink is developing mobile Starlink, so that I don't know, maybe in my time I'll be able to get a mobile unit to mount right on the roof of the adventure trailer.
Imagine having this little box down the road when you go camping. You open it up, there's a little dish that folds out, and then you got some kind of router or something.
Well, just look at the Magellan phones. Global satellite phones. The tech's there. It's just that the tech's not up there yet for it to be widely used. Which is why it's expensive to use it. The phones are expensive and it costs you like $4 to $10
a
minute. Yeah.
I went right in the middle. $6 a minute. They say the average is $6 a minute, but you're right. It's like $4 to $10, $4 to $12. I do know.
And that's on top of your monthly plan just to have access to it.
Like, what is that?
Yeah.
I have no clue what that is.
The satellite telephone is like a cell phone that's really strung out. I mean, because, okay, here's a good example. A lot of these, like Spot and a lot of these GPS handhelds, you can throw them in your backpack and they'll track everywhere you go. You know, they're tracking your whole hiking trip, and they got hotkeys on you can hit, and it's an SOS key, and they'll send a chopper right to your location. Those services, yeah, they run you a fair amount of money, and it's strictly satellite operated. Now, satellite telephones, that's a telephone service that is via satellite, period. There's no cell towers needed. And guys will be in the Alps and they'll make a freaking phone call, but they might have to pay $14 a minute to make their phone call from, you know, I'm on the Matterhorn and I'm going to make a call, but it's going to cost me about $300 because the wife don't know when to shut up, you know.
And that's mostly used in emergency.
Phone, then.
Yeah,
right.
Mostly emergency use. You know, a lot of ocean liners will have, you know, their emergency satellite phones on the ships just in case other systems go down. They can get that phone and call for help.
So it's probably like having, you know, a gun on you or self-defense. It just keeps you, you chilled out. Like, okay,
at this point,
yeah.
No matter what happens,
and see, Starlink has already gone down that path. They're already talking about the multiple types of communication services through their system, and satellite telephone to them is one of them. But they're not in a hurry to develop satellite telephone for their system, because if you've got worldwide internet access, call them through Facebook. What the hell's the matter with you? What the hell do you need a satellite phone for? If you got a regular cell phone and you can get onto the internet with it, hell, you can call somebody on Facebook. Hey, hello, I need help. I mean,
and it won't hurt the phone manufacturers. It only affects the service providers. You know, so Samsung, Apple, and stuff, they'll be fine. They'll be doing great. Because they always go for the best service. Hey, you know, Starlink.
Well,
and they'll take it and use it. You know,
and Starlink has come right out and said how it's going to affect the different users. And there are so many. There's such a huge population of folks out there. They're all over the internet. They're all over the internet, and they don't own a computer. They don't have a computer. They're using their cell phones, and a lot of them are accessing hotspots with their cell phones. That will eventually happen with Starlink, where you'll have Starlink hotspots with your phone. You won't have to, it's going to change the whole industry.
I'd rather have a laptop instead of a phone. If I was able to have all of that internet, I mean, you could live stream, edit while you're out hiking. It's not like it would take a huge portion of what I do, but
the other day I was looking at a field laptop that one of the natural resource employees for the Bad River tribe, I was chatting with him, and he's a warden is what he is. And I was chatting with him, and I looked in his truck and I go, where'd you get that laptop? And he goes, hey, he says, I'll email you some info on it. Well, they got these great field laptops now. They're good for up to 30 feet underwater. You drop it in a lake or something, you can fish this thing out as long as it don't go below 30 feet. They're waterproof. The damn thing's waterproof. And the case on it, when he has it closed up, it's thicker than a standard laptop. but it's smaller profile. It it doesn't have a huge screen. It's smaller profile. It's a little bit thicker. And he says, "Oh yeah, and you can drop it from 60 feet without destroying it." He says, "Boy, did we need these." I mean, I remember when I worked out there, damn wardens wanted a new laptop every 3 months because they wrecked them out in the field. He says, "These things are awesome." He says, "We're out there in the middle of a rainstorm and we're using our laptop and we're using the Wi-Fi and getting online out in the field and shit." And that he told me, he says, the only problem is he says, you want to get a cheap one, they're about $1,500 for a cheap one. And he says, but they're coming along, he said the very first ones we bought were over $3,000, so they've significantly dropped in price. So there's so many options that are going to present themselves. It's
there goes my bird clock.
Remember running water? Your grandmother had two. She had all the songbirds on the one clock, and the other clock was all the birds of prey. So all of a sudden you'd hear a bluebird singing, and you'd hear a big old nasty eagle. Yeah, she had both them kinds of birds going in her house.
I found it at a yard sale. I've bought a couple of them at places, but this is the first one that's worked. So I know when I'm up too late, when it goes at 4 a.m, you hear the owl. It's like, oh.
Yeah. That was one thing when I'd stay at my mother's place. It was hard to sleep at her place hearing them damn birds singing at night. And she always, I just love to hear the birds. Oh, bullshit. I mean, I'm sound asleep and all of a sudden you hear some bird of prey screeching at your ass,
I was so mad this morning. Last night it was 30 here, and I went out and camped, and I used this little hot tent and a tiny little wood stove, and I got it hot in there, and I knew it would cool down fast because it was a titanium stove. So I got to bed quick, and I somehow fell asleep. And then I wake up right to the fire alarms, both of them going off. Like, not long after I finally went to bed. And then by then, it was so cold in the tent, and I didn't want to start the fire again. But those alarms are annoying. And they're miles down there.
God, I remember growing up, our town, had the town alarm, fire and storm alarm. And that whistle would go off at noon every day. And for years, they argued over not running that at noon because they had a couple incidents where, they had fires that happened at noon. And that horn would go off and the fire department sitting back, thumb up their ass. They think it's just noon. None of them looking at the clock to realize, oh no, it's 10 to 12, not 12. It's 10 to 12 and the horn's going off. We got a fire, So they're not even prepped until they get the call,
Well,
where they hear that horn.
I'm pointing straight at each of them right now through my wall. There's two towns just miles apart, and they've both got a siren.
They both have sirens.
But it is creepy. Because you can tell when there'd be a tornado or something here, and or something's gonna happen. And I could see over the whole ridge. I could see all the way to Ohio from here, actually. I could see the nuclear plant in Ohio from here, and it's so level. You can see all the stuff coming, and then you hear the siren when there's a tornado.
Right.
It just
you're watching the tornado for 3 to 5 minutes, and then the siren
goes
off.
You can't even hear it because the wind's so loud.
Yeah, it's storming so much you can't hear the siren. Yeah.
And I always, when there's storms like that, I have to fly outside and put Tom in, no matter what's going on.
Oh yeah, he'd blow away.
Yeah, he just.
Hey, AOK's still got AOL.
I love Gmail. All my friends, they're like, "Oh, Gmail's old," but if it wasn't for Gmail, I wouldn't have any business contacts.
Gmail?
Yeah.
Google Gmail. I mean,
yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've always used Gmail.
And it's not even like it's that old or anything. It's
no.
That's where all my business takes place is on Gmail.
Yeah, yeah. See, I've got my Gmail account, and then I got the Yahoo account. Yahoo account's for YouTube, and the Gmail is for all of my other affairs. And the I've had Gmail. In fact, I still got 2 email addresses that I had 15 years ago on Gmail.
I probably have about 30 different ones. Some that I forgot about, and
I've got
2 main ones.
I got 6 or 7 what I call dead accounts. I went into one day and it said I had 8,000 and some messages, and I go, sure I do. I just
don't click on receive notifications from company, because there was one I accidentally left it on before when I signed up for something. And oh my gosh, like every day I get one, and I couldn't like unsubscribe. I couldn't find it anywhere. It's annoying.
Oh
yeah, and here's I donated to the National Wildlife Federation once, and I can't show the front, but I just got 3 more letters for the the ASPCA. Wish I could send back. They just spam the mailbox with them.
Starlink, technically, Raven, I've been talking to them personally, phone calls with them. Technically, they are not portable. Technically, they're not. When you set up your account with them, they want a specific zip code for your location. They need a geographic location for you. And I know some people won't like the idea of it, but they're actually tracking your activity. They're not looking at your data or anything, but they're tracking your activity. And that's
the usage rates.
Yeah. They're monitoring their usage rate is what they're doing. And as they told me, they said it is portable to the extent I can inform them I'm going to set it up someplace else. Okay, I'm going from this zip code to that zip code, and I'm going to set up. That, to that degree, it is portable. It's not the kind of thing where you can just go anywhere you want in the country and set it up and it's going to work. Because they'll see your system accessing somewhere you didn't say you were going to be. And they can block you and say, hey, until you update your account with us and tell us where you're going to be. And they're setting it up where you can do that at any time. So you'll be able to get online with them and say, I'm at this location, and it's locked in for that location. It's not like it's, how do I put it? HughesNet, on the other hand, they said, yeah, you can mount a dish to the roof of your RV, point it wherever you want when you get to wherever you're going, and hook up to us, because your account's not specific to your location. But I tell you what, locking HughesNet in is a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt. It's all manual. It's all manual. Where Starlink, they're requiring your location because, again, the satellite, the dish is automatic, and it needs to know where it is in order for it to get the best signal for you. So if you're moving, you're just constantly moving, that hasn't been totally ironed out yet.
But if I end up they'll probably end up doing eventually, like the units we can get on the trucks, where it's got integrated GPS because our company, we got a contract signed on with them where us drivers can get it, and I told them it didn't make any sense because it's basically Dish Network, or DirecTV.
Yep.
And it's like, well, I've got unlimited data and I've got every streaming app available, so I'm not going to find anything on DirecTV that I can't already watch without commercials.
Right.
But yeah, it tracks your GPS then, so you get those local stations wherever you're sitting. You know, instead of it being locked on. I was like, I want to see my local stations for at home. It doesn't matter if I'm sitting in Arizona. I want to see what's happening in Wisconsin. But can't do it with their system.
Yep.
I got a question, Sty. I got this bag of acorns, right? And I was gonna boil them a bunch of times. Me and my friend had McDonald's for lunch, and at the park there was fresh acorns. And I grabbed them, but I was gonna boil them and whatnot a couple of times, strain them. I mean, do you know anything other than like flour I could make with them? Because I was gonna make flour.
Here's what you need to do to get the tannins out of those acorns. Shell them. You want to get the shells off of all of them, and just take a 5-gallon bucket, fill it full of nice, fresh, clean water, and dump all your acorns in it. Let them soak for about 12, 14 hours. Then strain out that bucket. You want to get all the water out of that bucket. Rinse those acorns and dump it again, and then fill that bucket back up. Do that 3 times. You don't need them hot. You don't need to boil them. And that 3 times soaking. See, what I did with them was I put them in, the bags that onions come in, the mesh bags. I would fill those mesh bags, and I'd throw them in a creek for 3 days. Pull them out of the creek, and then you need to dry them. You put them in the oven at a lower heat, about 280 degrees, at the hottest, and you want to dry them all out till they're basically you're dehydrating them. Now you can crush them into a flour, or you can actually roast them if you want. Put them back in the oven and roast them, or you can roast them on a cast iron griddle or whatever over a fire, whatever. You roast them until they turn really dark. I mean, really dark, and you grind those up, and it's a coffee substitute.
Is that like the dandelion root? What they do with that?
Yeah, basically the same process. Yeah,
well, I'll have to try that.
It makes a nice, and it's a little unusual because you're not used to the flavor, but it makes a nice coffee replacement.
I probably make it all into flour, and then whenever I do like my survival camps, I'll use that flour instead of regular flour.
I found that acorn flour is pretty good for like breading things. Fish, meat, red meats. If you want to, have like if you would just pat it in flour and then fry it, I found that it's really good that way. It's really good.
Well, next time I get squirrel, I could coat it in the acorns that it was eating.
Yeah. It's the acorn's turn to have the squirrel. but yeah, and I was surprised. You look around on YouTube. There's a lot of folks out there, a lot of good instructional videos and that. But that is one thing too. Is you definitely want to make sure that you've soaked the tannins out of them, and boiling them. I know somebody that did that. They tried to get the tannins out using heat, and they simmer them, and problem is it ends up cooking them. It's like boiling a potato. Well, then you got to dry them out, and they said the fear they had is you're boiling all the nutrition out of them is what you're doing. So you're ending up with a flour that has no food value left in it. But yeah, the Native Americans always they'd make birch baskets that had slits in them, and they'd fill them full of acorns, set them in the creek, and allow the flow of the creek to run through that basket.
Like all kinds of nuts, don't they? Like chestnuts and.
Oh yeah.
Another thing, the you know the princess pines?
Yeah.
I found a lot of them, like patches of them, and the only way I'm allowed to trap this muskrat pond up here is if I give this lady 3 pounds of them. So I went out and I found some, and she uses them for wreaths and stuff. But I was gonna do a video on them, just picking some of them, taking some, because I know they're not endangered, but they're definitely something that needs to keep growing. And I was gonna do like a wreath making video. I didn't know if you've ever made wreaths with them or anything.
I know wreath makers, but I don't. I have never made wreaths. It looked like too damn much work when I could buy a wreath for $6.
Have you used them for anything? By chance? Because I heard it's like a good salve or like a medicine for something.
No, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't had any experience.
Well,
with
I'm
them.
gonna take my chance of that. Get a Dollar General wreath thing and tie those on.
Raven, you do have to mount a Starlink dish. Mm-hmm. You can tell me, and you might have looked it up somewhere or found it somewhere, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to take the word from the manufacturer, from Starlink. They sent me the specs that I would have to meet, and I have to mount that dish. So, really, you can mount them, the Starlink dish, if you need. No, you have to. That Starlink dish has to be mounted. It cannot be freestanding. It can't be on anything that can move. It has to be rigidly mounted. And that's right from Starlink to a customer, someone that's signing up for a Starlink. So I'm not pulling your leg. I got no reason to pull your leg whatsoever. And if you're finding something where it's saying that you don't have to mount the dish, well, Starlink, and if it's coming from Starlink, I think they'd want to know what employee's telling you that. When their own spec says no, it has to be mounted. That dish has to be mounted. You show me any satellite dish out there that doesn't have to be mounted. You can have these little portable satellite dishes for intermittent contact kind of to a satellite. Bump it. You're screwed. I mean, yeah, you can't have that. A slight wind comes up and that dish isn't mounted and that dish moves 1/4 of an inch. Guess what? You're 160 miles off of that satellite all of a sudden. No, they have to be rigidly mounted. It's just, it's a fact, Jack. I'm sorry. It does. It has to be mounted.
Yeah, I know, even with the HughesNet, we have, when we do these remote job sites, that are out in the middle of nowhere, we'll haul out a platform mount for those. Darn thing weighs about, 2,000 pounds, but that's because you can't even have wind movement. Because
when they mounted our HughesNet out at camp, I told them, I said, there's a cabin. We need the dish mounted on that cabin, but it's got to be cabled all the way over to the Sty Shack. He looked at that cabin and he's going, okay, I need to get in the cabin. And I go, why? You're going to cable it over to that Sty Shack. You're not going into the cabin. He goes, oh, I got to get in the cabin. I said, why is that? And he goes, I got to look in the attic. I said, really? He got up in that attic and he looked and he said, Okay, he says, I got two choices. He says, I got to literally strap this to one of the rafters, and or I've got to mount it directly to the ridge pole, the ridge board of that roof. He says, I have to have the least possible movement of the base of that dish. He said, and still, if you get winds over 30 miles an hour, it may affect your internet. It had to be firmly mounted. It can't come off the satellite.
The satellites, you have a constant signal, and when it finally hits that, it makes a firm connection. So any bump and it disturbs the signal, and it's got to either reconnect or. That's it. That's why you have it rigidly mounted, because if your satellite dish is getting twerked here and there, and it has automatic targeting on it, it's constantly trying to retarget itself, and guess what happens on your end? Interrupted internet. You're getting these interruptions because it's trying to center itself on that satellite, and if there's wind beating on it or anything that's causing movement, it's constantly trying to adjust itself. So your internet, so all of a sudden your internet's doing this number because the signal is coming and going, because it's adjusting constantly to the motion of the dish.
Yeah. And you look at their satellites, they're built like NASA communication satellites. How sturdy they built them up, because
right.
You want as little movement as possible.
If it's constantly moving, within a year, your satellite, you're gonna have to. Something's gonna go wrong. If it's been moving a motor all year, and you've left it like that.
You're gonna be burning out turbos.
Setup.
That's it. You want that automatic targeting to only have to work when it absolutely needs to. You don't want it to have to work all day.
Yeah, you don't want it like one of those signals it shows on like TV shows where it's just boom, boom.
Yeah.
Because it does a whole function when it targets something. It does its spin, and that's every time it loses connection, and then it has to target it after that.
Right. I remember when they were working on automatic targeting for satellite TV, and a buddy of mine, he did the whole satellite TV thing. He's mounting dishes everywhere.
I remember out there cranking it and waiting to get to the yellow, like, oh, you're on there.
Yep. Back.
Oh, and
no, the other back.
Even with the Starlink, because I've seen tons of like YouTube videos on it, and someone they test where they get a lot of snow, and it's just like one of them satellites for satellite TV. If you get snow,
you got to keep the dish clean.
You have to.
And one thing people don't realize, they see these satellite dishes, right? These nice bowl shaped or rectangular shaped, and guess what? None of that dish is doing a damn thing except the outer rim and the cone. That's it. This buddy at Running Water remembers this guy out in Montana, Bob Buck. He did satellites all over the place. And the best satellite dish I ever saw, and I just laughed my ass off. All it was PVC. He built it out of PVC. It had no mesh or anything on it. Nothing. Just a ring of PVC. And the transponder sitting there in the center. It needs that circle to catch the signal. And off of that circle, it narrows into the transponder. All that dish part is bullshit. It's just there for stabilization.
To hold the ring out there.
It's to keep that ring stiff and tight all the time. That's why there's a dish part. That's to hold the outer ring from flexing or moving and distorting itself. All you need is the outer ring. But like he said, my dish works like $1 million. And you go in, you watch his TV, and you're going, and that's coming off of that damn thing. And he goes, yeah. He goes, stay here and watch. And he walks out there, and you see him out the window. He walks out there, and all he does is go twap. He just twaps it, and there goes the TV. And when that ring stops moving, perfect picture. He says that's the downfall, is you can't get that ring rigid enough when it's standalone. It needs the dish or the mesh to hold that ring steady, and the science of it is pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting.
Well, you look at the big space observation platform satellites. It's just a big crater, and you've got this nice ring around the rest of it, but it's all overgrown in the middle. It's just plant like because that don't matter.
It's got bushes and shit growing all over in the center of that big bowl.
When they have them that big, is that just so for 100% they always have that signal on?
It's for
distance and power. Yeah.
Right. I was just going to say it's the bigger they are, for one thing, the farther they can reach. That's that they can pick the signal up so much further based on the size of that ring, and it just ramps the power up on the whole system. Now the transponder for those big earthen satellite receivers, the transponders are usually a fucking building in the center. It's a small building. That's the transponder.
That's like the center dome in there, right, to catch it.
Yeah, and they got like an office and everything in that building. That they're doing. And that's why that one down in Hawaii that's being torn down. Yeah. Well, and they're radio telescopes is what it is.
I was just going to say they're radio telescopes. They're not satellite receivers per se. But they are picking up radio signals out there for eons. I mean, and what they're doing is they're listening to the universe with them.
And what those other ones, they use them to keep their eyes on asteroids, so they need all the signal they get. Like, they don't want to miss 2 hours of seeing what's in the sky.
That's the thing with radio telescopes. Give us the ability to look out there hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles. And because of the radio frequency, everything puts off a frequency. And because of that, and because of our current day technology, they can produce pictures off of that radio signal. And it's amazing. I mean, I'm not one. I don't love the modern age that much, but it still amazes me. I just, it's you can't deny it. I mean, that shit's amazing. It's like sticking your head in that dark hole and finding out there's a grizzly in it. Well, you don't know what you're gonna find when you look out there far enough.
Like with the asteroids and stuff, there's some that are coming in thousands of years that would hit for sure, and they'll blow the planet up. But they've already seen
if they make it.
Yeah, there's always, it's always,
there's all these variables. There's all these variables, and that's why they
down the road, something will be coming, and they'll have it tracked and everything. So, I mean,
and that's why they come up with their risk assessment on all of these asteroids out there that are heading our way. They build these risk assessments on them, and that's why they don't start shouting, "It's a coming! It's a coming! That some bitch gonna hit us in 10,000 years," as if I give a shit.
Yeah,
I love that. Well, that asteroid's gonna hit us for sure, and it's gonna be 9,330 years from now. Oh my God, I can't wait to see that. What the hell? What the?
Well, and our current technology, even if it was coming, there's nothing we can do about it.
About it, yeah. Thank God it's 10,000 years out because we got some time to work on this problem. And that's what I try to tell some of these people that panic about these far off asteroids. I tell them, it's when you're seeing that shit through a telescope, man. Yeah, get your house in order because this is it. This is it. We can see this bitch.
If one comes, then it's needed. If it comes, like if it's that far down the road and there's something, I don't know. I feel like it's a restart.
My favorite is the ones that are, the sun is going to blow up and destroy the earth 5 to 10 million years from now. It's like, boy, you're really optimistic to think that we're still going to be around that long. Look how fast we progressed up to now.
That's it. That's it. The few thousand years that we've been in control, what we think is control of shit. And we've effed it all up. I mean, one of the worst things that we ever did, that mankind, humankind, has ever done, is get smart. It's fun to get smart and interesting. It's cool, but all of our smartness has really been a big failure. Humankind is just, we are doomed to mess it all up.
Yeah, ignorance truly is bliss.
There's gotta be a perfect planet out there where everything's working properly.
Hi, JCT.
And that was one of my favorite quotes from Saturday Night Live, Jack Handy. It's like, I picture a world with peace, a world with no hunger, no suffering, a world full of love. And I also picture us attacking that world because they would never expect it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
it's not going to happen here.
I mean, it's funny to think how many planets out there have life on it. I mean, there's so many planets. I mean,
and that's the thing is
really
that's
nothing.
why to me it's simply interesting because none of it matters. None of it matters. People say one of these days, one of these advanced civilizations is going to show up and they're going to want to they want to make a colony here and they're going to get rid of us. That's coming. And I look at it as I look at it as we didn't see COVID coming either. What the hell?
I look at it as if there is advanced civilizations out there in the universe, and your aliens, extraterrestrials. They're not coming here because we're basically the Alabama of the universe. They came here and they went to the place that they thought was smart. They're like, look at these buildings with all these satellites on it. These must be the smartest people on the planet. And they're grabbing these rednecks.
Yeah.
From some trailer park because they had the most satellites on the planet.
They got all the satellites. Yep.
I can't believe the flat Earth stuff.
Oh, the flat earthers! It's hilarious, man. It's hilarious. God Almighty! I've been on mountaintops and looked out to the horizon, and you can see the curvature of the planet. Right here on our flat Earth, you can get on a high spot and see that big old curvature. I mean, come on. You don't have to go to space to prove that it's freaking round.
I mean, it must be Minecraft where you just get to the edge and the water just cuts off. The ocean's just sitting there like a wall.
Boom.
We got our wall.
Boom. You can't go any further. Boom. Boom. See, that's the biggest downfall of flat Earth
if we're spinning so fast, how would you have a flat surface?
We'd all be flying off. We'd all be flying off of that platform. And that's it. We're not Minecraft because if we were flat, there'd have to be something to stop all of our shit from going off them edges. You know,
they said the planet would be ruined if it was flat because all the cats knocking everything off the edge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's right. That's right. Exactly. Yeah. The oh yeah, all around the edges, there'd be billions of cats wanting to knock the shit off the edge.
Oh, I forgot when we were talking about nuts, right? You know, we're in discussion of nuts. Do you have Christmas tree shops near you, by chance? It's called
in
Christmas tree
Bayfield.
shops.
What do you mean Christmas tree shops?
You would have already known. It's like a shop where it's
Dedicated Christmas shop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got the New England store here, Running Water, right on Main Street.
Well,
you walk in there in July and it's all Christmas.
Any store you go to around here, it's Christmas after Halloween. But I got these for $1.50. They're on sale, pistachios. But
wow.
Yeah,
that's
there was a
cheap.
bin because they're not salted. So what? You can barely taste the difference.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, and if you buy shelled pistachios that are salted, guess what? The shell's salted. You know, I found that with shelled pistachios that
like
are supposed to be salted.
That's like peanuts. You take the shell off and get the solid off, then you eat the peanut.
Yeah. How many people have you seen that suck on the shells to get the salt off of them?
They're literally
because the peanut inside ain't got no salt on it. Yeah.
And I see people they just open them up, take peanuts out, and throw them. What's the point of getting salted peanuts? I mean, the brine barely gets through there. I mean, it's not like it soaks.
Yeah, lazy Nate. Yeah. And I think you're right too about the fact that they visit us before. I think aliens that come around and check us out, they're doing it for the fun of it. They're going, hey, can we stop over there and check that shit out? It's funny what they're doing down there. We gotta
check out this failed planet.
Yeah. It's like going to the zoo. It's like I want to go see the baboons.
Right. Exactly. And I think they're using us as an object lesson for their kids. You know, hey, we're going to take a spacecraft school bus over to Earth and let our kids see how they screwed that planet up. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we're going to show that to our kids. Field trip, kids. We're going to Earth.
Just think if there was a planet, pretty much get rid of humans and replace them with like some other kind of animal that doesn't destroy everything. And you'd have a planet that would go on until something destroyed it. Like, I mean...
Well,
you know, and that's the thing is everybody, you know, yeah, if they come here, that, you know, they're just coming here to study us and to check us out and this and that. I don't think they're flying that far with good intentions for us. I don't think they're going to show up here and say, oh, we want to make peace with you. Why the hell would they do that? I mean, because they're so much more advanced than us. They're not going to come here and say, oh, we want to make peace with you. They're going to come here and say, we're going to take a piece of you. You know, because they don't have to worry about alien human relationships. Because if they were able to get here, I guarantee you we ain't got nothing to turn them around and send them home with. We ain't got the power. And if we tried to use the highest level of our power to send aliens back home, we're going to burn our own planet up, sending the aliens home. Oh, wow, the aliens left. Yeah, but look at everybody. They all got radiation poisoning, and kids are being born with 3 eyeballs. Well, we got rid of the aliens. No, they just pulled far enough out that we couldn't hit them anymore, and they're watching us cook. I mean, you know, yeah.
I mean, it's funny, just with, you know, like the planets around us, you know, we've discovered
there you go,
a
Teresa.
lot of planets, but even with them, there's water on them. Like, multiple of them, there's lots of water. So if you go even further, there's got to be
Good night, Newman.
There's got to be somewhere there's growth and life on it. I mean...
Well,
yeah, you know, the odds are in the favor that there's a planet out there with life. Now, the thing is, though, and I go with the science, all the conditions have to be right. One of the conditions that helps the theory is how large our universe is. All these multiple galaxies that we don't know within our own galaxy the potential of how many planets may be suitable for life. Well, you take all the galaxies, all the solar systems within our galaxy, and then multiply it by all those galaxies. Well, come on, the odds are pretty good. There's a planet that's the right distance from a star.
The Goldilocks zone.
Right, yeah, that has the optimal conditions to have life on it. And I remember watching this one documentary about those probabilities. And
the Drake equation.
Yeah, and we don't know what kind of life it would be, you know, and we're, you know, and we are being presumptuous, but that's you know, it's only natural, because all we know within our expanse is carbon-based life. We don't know if there could be a different based life someplace else if the conditions were right.
Right, because there's no reason that you couldn't have like a silicone-based life form, you know, that.
Well, there's no reason there's no reason under our understanding that there could be.
Right.
But
that we can't make
no reason, but there's really no reason there couldn't that be, because it might be beyond our perception. So you know,
we are kind of creating it with artificial intelligence. So
you know, I just think,
hey, you want to hear what artificial that. You know, I heard this guy say the day is going to come when the planet's covered with robots and there'll be a few humans left, and the robots are going to say, you know, we should put them all in like a zoo. Who? Well, that all the artificial intelligence, we should put that in a zoo. They're going to be calling us the artificial intelligence, because for us to jack ourselves up constantly and say be so proud about how intelligent we are, who's being artificial here? I mean, come on. The true artificial intelligence is the intelligence of man believing that he can come up with the answer for every possible thing. It's infinite. Knowledge is infinite, and to claim that you've got all the knowledge is very artificial.
Yeah, true wisdom is knowing that you don't know anything.
That's right. Yeah, that you know enough to get yourself in trouble. That's it.
I always think about all the like the different metals that could be in different galaxies, and I mean there could even be colors. We don't know anything.
Yeah.
Like just because we can't see the color, I mean
everything that we know is based on
what's
our observation.
Is what is within our environment. We don't know what other environments out there exist.
Everybody seems to be comfortable in that zone too. Like, oh, we've got it all figured out. We know what's around us, you know. But I mean, you go past that small boundary, and you've got all of that.
It was getting our technology from the aliens. They always say we are getting it from them. Having a clue. It's Teresa having a clue. You know, I hear that too. You know, all of our advanced technology is coming from aliens, you know. And there's a lot of things on our planet, ancient things, that still are not really, you know, even though they've looked and looked and looked and they've come up with all these different theories, we don't know how certain things got here.
It's funny how technology boomed that quick. Like within that small span, I mean, it was all like figured out. But
there's and a lot of people, they don't like to go there, you know, the evolution of man in a sense, because the only evolution in man is our thought process. That's where we evolve. Is we evolve intellectually.
Like you said, it's not good. Like, the plan would be better if we didn't know what was around us. Like,
well, that's it. That's it. Is because then we become part of the ecosystem instead of trying to control the ecosystem. Humans are the only thing that ever try to control ecosystems. We know what's best for nature. So nature, look out, we're going to fix you. You know, that what the hell's wrong with us? I mean,
there's where the trapping thing comes in. Like, you have to trap, because without that, with all the ecosystem being used, it's all getting pushed and
right,
confined. And
it's like just that question: what comes first, the chicken or the egg? You know, and that's Teresa. That is just so awesome. The whole argument of which came first, the chicken or the egg.
Sure.
The
egg.
That's just
they
like
tried saying there was like a raptor egg or something, but I don't know. I feel
I used to always, and I don't want to get on religion, guys. I don't know. No, let's not start talking theology and all that shit. But I got to throw this one out. Did Adam and Eve have navels? Did they have belly buttons? Did Eve have nipples? She wouldn't need nipples because she wouldn't be having children. Adam and Eve, it was just them, and they were the very first. So would they have navels? They weren't born. They were created, right? So they wouldn't have had navels. Pretty weird, eh? Yeah. See Adam and Eve in a bikini and a mankini, and you go, but there ain't no belly button. What the hell's wrong with them? Yeah. If they were the very first, they couldn't have had navels, right? What came first, Adam and Eve or the navel? I'm sorry. So there's this guy who goes on Joe Rogan that has been verified to work at Area 51 and some other places, and we supposedly have alien tech we haven't reverse engineered yet. And supposedly the Nazis were trying to build flying machines via magnetic propulsion. We do have, and that they haven't taken it to the flight level, but we've been using magnetic propulsion for quite a long time now. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of rail trains that run on magnetic propulsion.
Well, we have satellites that utilize electromagnetics and ion propulsion. You know, mm-hmm. that's old tech. We've had them since the 60s and 70s. They're not very fast, but
you're flying your magnetic car, and here comes the other one, cling.
Yep. Yeah, Teresa. That's the but yeah, technology, running water. You remember Uncle Jimmy, he was a nuclear physicist. The man, he knew, boy, I tell you what, he was quite the tech genius, that boy. He was with the military he retired at 30 years in the military. And he spent 30 years as a chief warrant officer, but he was a nuclear technician for all of the missile silos in the world controlled by the U.S. And some foreign countries, even though they weren't U.S. controlled silos, they had him on site as an advisor. And he always told me, he always said, guess what's going to kill us? Technology. He said, we're going to kill ourselves by becoming smarter and smarter, and we're going to be too smart for our own good someday. It's going to come eventually, and
I think that was Weinstein.
No, that was mine. Samantha.
Oh, it was in the group. Okay.
Yeah, Samantha sent a video
Hey,
or something.
I don't know if you've heard it. There's a lot of snow coming
Oh,
here.
yeah. You're getting a lot of snow?
Holy They said there's a blizzard coming tomorrow. Tomorrow night and
Really?
Tuesday there's a blizzard. Over a foot of snow.
I haven't checked, but we were supposed to get snow starting tonight, I think, through tomorrow. And then it's the temperatures. Looking at temperatures. Well, go ahead, snow.
See, the
It's just
problem
going to
here
melt
is
off anyway.
if you go 30 minutes south of here, you don't get as much snow. We're in what's called the snow belt. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of the snow belt, but we're in that, right in the center of it, and it's right below Lake Erie. So where it comes off the lake, it runs right through. We get double what they get just south of us. I mean, not far.
Yeah. I hit snow last week up there coming across New York. You know, And it just got hammered up there between what's called Syracuse and Albany. That was just white out, and the plow trucks were out, but they weren't actually plowing; they're just spraying salt around.
If it's the time I'm thinking, right before that, there was actually a tornado warning for around that, like from PA to there. Between there was a tornado warning because it was coming through so fast.
Yeah. See here,
house down.
See here, right where I live, right in Ashland, we get heavy snows over the winter right here, but nothing like you do just 5 miles south of us. The further away you get from this lakefront, the deeper the frickin' snow gets. And it's just like the barrens north of us. South of Lake Superior, the barrens, oh my God, that damn snow will be 6 feet deep out there. And you can be somewhere near the lakefront and you only got 1.5 feet, 2 feet of snow. It's amazing how those snow belts work because it comes down through those barrens and wraps just south of us, and we're just like, ooh, look at that sucker go by. Ooh.
It's all farmlands, and then you have your house. Okay, it snows 1.5 feet. I mean, you'll be on the road, and there'll be a drift like 3 foot tall coming across. And
have you looked? Have you looked at Running Water's video? Him driving, it was at Nebraska?
Oh yeah. Up on over in eastern Nebraska.
He's driving in Nebraska and he's hitting these freaking snowdrifts that are above the bumper of his semi truck. Poof! And all you see is white on the windshield, just solid.
It's nice.
And then all of a sudden he comes out the other end.
I
and it's
seeing
like
the trains when they're going through.
Oh.
There was
I always hate, like when I come home for Christmas, I know I'm going to hit a storm between Wausau and Hurley. And I'm going to be going about 10 miles per hour that whole trip up until I hit US 2. And then I'm fine from there. But getting up too early, up till Hurley, it's going to be white out. It's going to be drifts. No plows out,
nasty running in that territory.
I've had to chain up twice to get home.
I've run 51 heading south a few times in the middle of the winter and not thought I was going to get through, 4-wheel drive truck and plenty of weight in it and down to 10, 15 miles an hour. You're just plowing snow.
And you're playing the game of, am I on the road?
That's it. If you don't know, you're on a damn 4-lane highway, and you don't even know which side of the damn highway you're on anymore.
There's so many of those thin wire fences around here. I'm talking like that really expensive, like high carbon stuff.
Yeah,
it's all around here because the Amish. And when it drifts right over. It looks like the field. So if someone's coming on a snowmobile and they're sinking as they're going, I mean, straight through the wire they go. Because they do it all the time through here. They take their snowmobiles. But the drifts, I mean, they just flatten the road out, the field, go over the fence. It's all flat. And then we always get the ice rain, and it coats it.
Oh yeah.
Because it's always
Hey, Lazy Nate. Yeah, he's saying I served with a guy from Ashland. He still lives there, and is supposedly a huge boat freight liner driver or something. The odds are that he's one of the merchant marines on one of our big lakers, one of the big lakers. Up here we don't call them ships, we don't call them freight liners. They're boats. They're boats. Even though they're pushing 1,000 feet long, they're boats. And they got that tag to be called boats because it's fresh water. They're traveling fresh water. And the Great Lakes, a lot of people haven't heard that, but the fact of the matter is the Great Lakes are considered inland seas because they are that large.
It's weird, like thinking like, because Lake Erie, I mean, I'm right by it. Straight across, you're in Canada. Like,
yep.
Yeah. I mean, it splits just like that. Well, then, I mean, you go around and there's Niagara, but I mean.
Well, here where I'm at, if I were to take off across Lake Superior to Grand Marais, Minnesota, you're talking over 60 miles across Lake Superior to get there. 60 miles of just nothing but water. And
that freaked me out being in the middle of that.
But you can go straight north of where I'm at and a little northeast, not much, and land yourself in Canada.
And every year we end up with some tourists out there with, little Bassmaster thinking they're going to go off across Superior.
Yep. I always got a kick out of the guys that would put a group together in there when we'd have a full freeze up, which, lived up here now for over 30 years. And I'll tell you what, it's only happened twice since I lived here, where we had a full freeze over of Lake Superior. It's only happened twice in 30 years. It's not often that whole lake will freeze itself all the way over. Well, once they do flyovers and check the ice build and everything, once it comes out, once there's word out, it's iced over. You get these damn fools put these snowmobile clubs. They group together and off they go. They want to prove they can go from Bayfield, Wisconsin, straight across to Grand Marais, Minnesota, which is right at the very tip of Minnesota, right by the Canadian border. And they're going to go straight across Lake Superior. Both those years, the very first year it happened, they had one group that made it. And I saw some of the still photos. Those guys are absolutely nuts, man. They got these runners that they've made that they can put these 1x6s on, and they're 14 feet long, these 1x6s. And they stack them up, and they actually make a sled out of those stacked lumber. And they pull that behind their snowmobiles. Pull those. And they get to their spots, there's crevices that are 6 to 10 feet across, open water. And they flop them boards across them, run their snowmobiles across them damn things. They're nuts. They're insane. They're crazy.
Just think how scary that'd be, being in the middle. You're on that, that ice, and you just think how many feet down below there's just straight water.
Yeah. Like, what's the maximum depth? It's 1,500 and some feet. Maximum depth in Lake Superior, over 1,500 feet. And I'll tell you what, guess if you're 6 feet tall, guess how deep it has to be to drown? About 3 inches. I mean, you can drown in 3 inches of water. And you're standing on top of 1,500 feet.
And then you got the fact that, you have to educate the tourists that
there are no whales.
But have to educate them that it might be the middle of summer, but you could get hypothermia out there in this lake.
Yeah.
Because it's cold year round.
Yeah. If you're
and they're going out there in the middle of the winter.
If you're on the
not
mainland,
ice, it's algae.
If you're on the mainland here on Superior, if you don't have tidal flows going past a beach area, that water can occasionally get as high as 70 degrees. Rare that it would ever cap out over 70 degrees. You go out into 6 feet of that water, and guess what? That 70 degrees is only about 18 inches of the top of the water. It drops to about 40 degrees 6 feet down. And this lake will maintain a 39-degree temperature year-round. People don't get it. They get out there, and that wind starts kicking the water around. The surface becomes the same temp as the lower thermocline. And next thing you know, you're paddling around 39-degree wet water, and you're soaking wet, and you're freezing your ass off. Lake Superior has got some of the weirdest, nasty things. And
Lake Erie, it's not like it completely freeze over, but the algae here, it's so bad that they had to pretty much ban people from walking their dogs, because if a dog drank it, it'd kill them. The algae is so bad. It just blooms. The algae blooms. It just and all you can see, it's all green, whole thing.
That's one thing I do like about Superior. You don't get algae blooms on it. Our inland lakes, we call them dog days. You got the dog days of summer when a lot of the inland lakes will green up. They have big algae blooms. Not all of them, but quite a few of them. I hate that when I pull. That's why I got a green kayak.
Only thing that likes them is the snapping turtles. That's the only thing that's gonna like them.
Yeah, they can hide in that stuff a lot easier.
Well, when I released mine this year, because I had him for years, but I realized I had to let him go, and I took him and lifted up some algae, set him down, he went right under. Went under the algae, and you ought to see how big those bullfrog tadpoles are under there. They're just sitting under there.
Yeah.
They're huge. I mean, I was just out trapping. It's freezing. I lifted up some grass that was in the water, put a set, and there's just a huge bullfrog tadpole.
Yeah. You wouldn't think you'd see any this time of year, but they're there. They're there. Hey guys, I hit the 4-hour mark. I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to wrap it up for the night. I want to thank everybody that tagged along tonight. A lot of you hung out to the end. It was awesome. Love you all. It's been great. And until Thursday night, you all take care of yourself. And I'll see you on Thursday night around the campfire. And as I usually do with my streams now, I just dance my way on out of here. And you all take very good care. Bye-bye.